Oops, kind of gave away the plot there for a second. Howdy, y'all. I'm Professor Parks, PhD, and I make content on astronomy, science, skepticism, and mental health. I just recently got diagnosed again with ADHD, so I'm going to use that as an excuse as to why I'm just, doing this on a whim. I knew of this conversation. This happened, I believe, that I'm going to be reviewing on 8 out of 10 Cats, which is an excellent debate channel. For the record, this is not a debate. This is what I've been encouraging the debunking community to do for some time now, is to actually have a conversation with someone who has in my opinion, a pseudoscientific viewpoint. Now, that being said, I have only watched 26 minutes of this, 26 minutes and 6 seconds to be exact. So I don't know exactly what's going to go on this, what's going to go on. And I figured I might as well, hell, I'll do it live. We'll do it live. So you can get my honest reactions to what's going on with this. I will backtrack a little bit over the last 20 minutes to give my sort of commentary on things that Tony has said and things that Will have said. So, and then I'll move on from there. I'll be watching this at 1.5 times speed, just to hopefully make things move a little faster. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching. If you'd like to support the channel, please like, share, subscribe, do all that kind of good stuff. And if you'd like to support the channel, become a member. I am on my member stream or member videos. I am going to be doing updates on my participation in terms of the Landalt mission. Right now, the PI, Dr. Peter Plavkan, has been extremely busy because they're coming up on a review period, and so I really haven't had time to get time with him to find out exactly the nitty-gritty of what's going on. But my next video will be talking about some difficulties that I've been having with our science camera. But anyway, if you'd like to support me, our observatory, actually, the Landalt mission included, please consider becoming a Patreon. All monies there go to the observatory itself. If you'd like to, and yeah, that's enough. That's enough shilling of money. Howdy, Peter Nodal. So a few of you, if you are a follower of this channel, you probably know that I am not Will Duffy's biggest fan in terms of his involvement within the debunking space. Now, and I also said that I was not going to basically make videos about him specifically. And so this is towing the line. I am making the, albeit shaky, distinction that I'm not explicitly talking about him. I'm talking about a conversation between Will Duffy and PhD Tony. On Sunday, I will be having a live stream where I talk about answers in Genesis, which is going to be my main focus of future science skepticism. And I'm going to demonstrate how, by a very quick skimming of their website, how it is not science, how it is in fact pseudoscience, because of one key distinction that science does that they do not, which is that science, objectively speaking, comes at things with an open mind, without a preconceived mindset going forward. The entire young earth creation movement is predicated on the fact that God exists, and not only that, that the Bible is an accurate telling of the science behind the earth's creation. And that is the problem, is that science does not rely or cannot rely on divine intervention, because it is not testable and it is not provable. Well, nothing in science is really provable, but it's not testable is the primary motivation behind that. Now, I would love to have a conversation with somebody about things like, you might argue that we do have preconceptions, such as the cosmological principle, but again, getting away from what I want to talk about tonight, which is, again, this conversation between Will Duffy and PhD Tony. So let's go on, get right into it. Now, what I am going to do is, again, if you are not a subscriber to 8 out of 10 cats, or the Once and Future Cats, Culture Cats, please find their channels and subscribe. I will, if I remember correctly, I will put their channels in the description. But I'm fairly confident my audience in there is overlapped significantly. But just in case, go sub. Now I'm going to play this at full speed. Maybe, if I can figure out how to tech today. Which I may very well not be able to. Ah, yeah, there it is. Playback screen is normal. Because I want you all to hear the opening, because it slaps. I know it's probably AI generated, which I personally have some reservations about. But at this point, or for this, we'll go with it.
8, 10 cats.
Hopefully the sound is coming through.
8, 10 cats.
Howdy, Maya.
8, 10 cats. 8, 10 cats.
So Rob, when he was younger, really wanted to, meet a certain someone at a crossroads so that he'd become a masterful blues musician. Now I just settle for being a half-ass DJ, to be honest with you. Anyway, so nope. So I'm gonna put this on 1.5 times speed. Hopefully, I don't get hit with a copyright strike. Not that it really matters, but screw it.
I've got a little gym downstairs. Well, boom. Okay, let's get straight to it. Nobody is here to listen to me tonight. Nobody, Doom, as much as I love you, mate, nobody's here to listen to you. We have 2 people in the house who, and I will come to you, Doom, before we pass on, but I'm going to keep you super.
Okay, I'm PhD Tony. I'm a research student.
Sorry, cats. Yes, we are not here to listen to you or Doom, so I skipped ahead a little bit.
Geophysicist. I have training in geophysics, obviously, paleo sea level in particular, with some training in climate physics, ancient medieval history, and climate geochronology. And most people in this community will have some familiarity with me yelling at people.
Awesome. So I am not a PhD, Will. I'm just Will Duffy. For those of you that don't know me, I'm kind of known in these circles as the creator of the final experiment. I wanted to say a couple of things at the outset here, which are actually super important. Number one, since I'm not a PhD, I'm not a geologist, I actually have no training whatsoever in any field of science. So,
and yet he is going to, I suspect he is going to challenge somebody with a PhD as if he does have said training.
So why am I having this conversation? I like these conversations for a couple of reasons. One, I actually don't fear being wrong. I think a lot of people do. Flat earthers definitely do. That's why they're so heavy on the censorship. If somebody has an idea that they don't understand or don't know, they'll just immediately block them, ban them, not talk to them. I don't fear being wrong. I think everyone.
Not all flat earthers do that, Will. I know of a number of flat earthers who I've had conversations with. I have told them they are wrong, and they have not blocked me or blocked me, censored me, or any of that nature. And
once you get to a point in their lives, and it's
the other thing is, one of the things I would really like to see is somebody put together a clip of Will saying that I'm okay with being proven wrong, along with other clips of, it would be very ironic if someone could do it with Jaron, of Jaron saying the exact same thing, because Mr. Duffy does not like the comparison, as you'll see, of young Earth creationism with the flat Earth.
it's a struggle to admit to yourself that you can't be right about everything. And so you're wrong about something. You're probably wrong about quite a few things. And you try to figure out what those things are so that you can learn more truth. So when I have these conversations, I expect to learn.
I have never heard a scientist tell me, I want to learn more truth. Do you know who else? Who I hear that from almost exclusively? Flat Earthers.
New things. I expect to take things away that I can go research. So that's one of the main reasons that I'm having this conversation. The second thing I want to say is this, which is there are two main differences. So I've been hearing a lot that flat Earth and young Earth creationism are like the same thing. They're both the same level of science denial. People even say that young Earth is worse than flat Earth. So that's just not.
I say that young Earth is worse than flat Earth for a couple of different reasons.
Logical. And I'm going to give two reasons, and then that can kick off our conversation, Tony. The first one is that the shape of the Earth is something that we can establish presently. We live on the Earth. We can measure the Earth. We can take pictures of the Earth. And so that is a huge difference in talking about something that happened in the past. As soon as we're talking about the past, especially the distant past, we're now going to have to enter in assumptions, and a lot of assumptions, and we're going to try to have to figure out what's going on. So it's objectively more difficult to determine things that happened in the past by the nature of the fact that we weren't there and we aren't there, and it's not something that's in the present. The second difference between young Earth and flat Earth, which is huge, is that flat Earth has no experts. They have no scientists. They have no PhDs, no doctors, no pilots. So if anybody is a flat Earther claiming to be a pilot or a doctor, they're usually lying. Okay, that's been established for years. Young Earth creationism has PhDs in, I think, every field of science. They have actual experts. And I think there's hundreds of actual scientists, name the field: geology, physics, astronomy, paleontology, you name it. There are young Earth.
So I have, as I said, I have two reasons for why I think young Earth creationists are worse than flat Earthers. One touches exactly on that topic. Yes, flat Earth does not have, as far as I know, any credentialed backers, at least not credentialed backers within physics. From my understanding, I will say, no, I take that back. There is one, Dr. Heffron. I believe his name is Mark. He has a PhD in computer science, from my understanding. He is a flat earther. He is the person behind the celestial theodolite experiment, which I will eventually get to talking about at some point. But my priority, again, is going to be exclusively young Earth creationists. Howdy, Sea-Line. Because the reason why young Earth creationism is worse than flat Earth is because of the fact that it has some kind of thin veneer of scientific authority that they can point to. Hey, look, there's a PhD over here that says that the Earth is 10,000 years old. There's a PhD over here that says humanity was created as opposed to formed from abiogenesis. That lends credibility to ideas that are at the very core pseudoscientific. The other thing is, and again, I would love to see this done. I certainly don't have the time, but he claims that it is difficult to be certain about things that occurred in the past than they are in the present. I consider that to be a duh statement. No shit. The problem is you make that assertion with the implication that, or he makes the assertion with the implication that you can't do it because of the uncertainty involved. I believe he made mention that we could not know these things because we could not be there. Yet again, this is a flat Earth argument. One of the reasons why I am told, or have been told many times in the past why astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, these are not sciences, is because I cannot physically manipulate the media or the object on which I am performing an experiment. Because I cannot be there, I can therefore not prove that the sun is a glowing ball of gas. I cannot prove that the other planets are not luminaries. I cannot prove that the moon is not a whirling plasma vortex because I have not been there. Mr. Duffy needs to understand, if he claims to have been in this space, then I don't know if he is simply putting blinders on and not being is not self-aware in understanding his that his positions mirror flat Earth very well, very well. And then the other reason, kind of lost track. The other reason why I think young Earth creationism is more important is because, again, as you see later, yet another similarity with flat earthers is they're hiding something, or they don't want you to know the truth. He's going to be talking about a researcher about the T-Rex. Honestly, this was first brought to my attention by none other than official Matt Powell. So yeah, you can tell, you can lots of credibility to this. Apparently it's something to do with organic material in a T-Rex bone. Not an anthropologist, not a paleontologist, not a biologist. So I can't really speak to that, but given the comments in the sections of this particular video, that study has been repeatedly debunked, and the original author has also denounced the idea that her work has shown that the Earth is young in any way whatsoever. So there is some mystery thing, a person behind the scenes that is controlling the narrative. For flat Earth, generally speaking, those are the goblins that run Hogwarts. For young Earth creationists, those are them damn atheists, them damn Satan worshiping atheists. They are the ones behind this. So again, similarity. That is why young Earth creationists or young Earth creationism is worse than, in my opinion, than flat Earth, because it has a veneer of credibility, and it has the same, and also has the same amount of hatreds behind it.
Earth creationists who have PhDs in those topics. So that's a huge difference. And as me being someone who doesn't have an expertise in this, I do listen to both sides. I'm going to be listening to Tony tonight, who has a PhD, presenting one perspective, but I also listen to young Earth creationists that have PhDs that have another perspective. And so I don't think likening young Earth creation to flat Earth is valid. And let's kick off the conversation with that.
Okay, so just as a quick response, none of the subject matter experts that you referenced there are capable of getting their young Earth data past peer review, which instantly casts a question mark over their methodology and their returns. And many of them, Russell Humphreys, for instance, gets around the heat problem by saying that when God opened the heavens, as the Bible relates, it opened a fourth dimension through which all the energy could escape. This is completely unscientific. There's no way of verifying this. There's no way of contradicting it. It's just not science.
Yes, and that is ultimately the point. Now, I still kick myself over this. I did not know about the two-way speed of speed of light, or the thing that Will brought up, and I denied that it was a thing, and I was wrong. The proposal is, and I think we'll hear about this later, is like, Lisa, particularly when he sounds a bit like a chipmunk. And you'll love Will's next follow-up to that, speaking of which. Where was I going with this? So the idea here is, and again, I think we'll hear this again, is Will told me specifically that the universe simply looks old because the light that is emitted off of everything in the universe is hitting us instantaneously. That they are all at the distances that we claim that science claims it is, but the light hits us instantaneously in all directions. That has a couple of problems. One of which he probably, well, would not and actually would be in favor of, is that would indicate that the Earth has a principal or a prime position in the universe. This seems to be contrary to everything else that the universe is attempting to tell us. This is the cosmological principle, something that I will admit is potentially a worldview that astronomers have. But again, it is primarily an assumption, and until I can hear a valid argument as to why that assumption cannot hold, I'm gonna keep to it. And I, again, would like to. I am willing to have a conversation as to why that worldview is different than having the worldview that God did it. It's not testable. There is no physical explanation or no physical motivation behind why why light would have speed in one direction but not the other. There certainly isn't a physical or motivation for why the Earth would be the point at which light coming towards this point would be the preferred, where everything towards the Earth is instantaneous and then everything else is not. Unless you're saying that the light changes is instantaneous in other directions, but again, there's no physical mechanism, there's no physical motivation for stating that. Hence why the convention was used, and hence why I don't think I knew about this, because it doesn't make any sense for light to behave differently in one direction from the other direction, particularly given that it is a function of two principal characteristics of a magnetic and an electric field. There's no in-baked directionality. There's no hint of a directionality to it. You also run into the problem that, particularly if you are not a geocentrist, the Earth is moving around the sun, which I believe young Earth creationists do believe is the case. So therefore, again, that point of specialness, that point of preference has to move with the Earth. This is not testable. Therefore, it is not science. That is one of the key foundations for scientific endeavor. It has to be testable.
And that's the sort of expert that you're appealing to. When you're appealing to science, it's important that you're appealing to mainstream science and reputable science. And so that's what I hope to be discussing today. The evidence that I will be presenting is peer-reviewed. The other point that I would make, and I apologize for my language, is the old aphorism that money talks and bullshit walks. Geochronology is actually fundamentally important in mineral exploration. Mining companies invest a significant amount of money in geochronological analysis so that they can more precisely work out where they should be exploring for mineral forming complexes. No young Earth creationist can do this. So where money is on the line, it's the peer-reviewed, it's the systematic peer-reviewed work that yields results. It is not young Earth creationism. And if young Earth creationists want their work to be taken seriously, they need to be able to do the real world work. If we make the analogy to flat Earth, there are no flat Earth pilots. There are no young Earth commercial geochronologists. It just doesn't happen. I know there's Snelling and and other geologists who, in the literature, use geochronological techniques and then in their spare time go off and say how rubbish they are. Well, the mining companies that ultimately supply the funding for these geochronological studies, they don't agree. With that, I'd like to make a presentation if I could. Yeah.
Hey Tony, I want to respond to that before you do your presentation. So something I've learned in the flat Earth movement is that Jaron especially has taught me this, is when they were lied to and when they were shown things that weren't accurate.
Here we go.
That really helped them want to keep their flat Earth belief. And that is true with young Earth creationism. So I'm going to tell you, I don't have evidence of this today, but I am certain.
Yet he is going to continue with this.
That this idea that they can't get past peer review is not because of bad science, but it's because of either the fact that they're a young Earth creationist or their conclusion. And I will make it a point to go find examples of that, but I'm certain that's the case.
I'm looking forward to seeing what those examples are.
And I can give you a firsthand example of this, where the mainstream science community was unwilling to do actual science that I was involved in paying for. Now, this is big for me.
Yet again, the savior of science comes in with his bank book.
It's one of the reasons I'm young Earth. So let me tell everybody a story, which is incredibly fascinating.
It is not one of the reasons why he is young Earth, because if it were one of the reasons why he were young Earth, he would not have proposed this experiment to begin with.
Mary Schweitzer and Jack Horner discovered a T-Rex fossil in Montana, and the leg bone was too big to get out, so they had to cut it in half. When they did that, they found inside of the T-Rex leg bone what looked like a biological material, but they didn't know what it was. Mary Schweitzer comes out and says, you guys, this is original biological material. This is not a fossil. This is not a rock. And the science community hung her. And so I was part of a group. We offered Jack Horner and Mary Schweitzer $23,000 to do a carbon-14 test on the biological material. The call is recorded. This is all online.
If it's online, if someone could send me the link, I am too lazy to actually. Sorry, I have better things to do than to actually search for this, but I would very much like to hear the context of this conversation.
Jack Horner said no. And we said, Jack, why won't you want to do science? Because that's what you do with biological material, is you 14C test it. And he said, we don't want the young Earth creationists to run with this. So that right there is a perfect example, Tony, where the science community is unwilling to do actual real science if they're afraid it's going to go against the mainstream narrative.
So if this transpired the way that Will is telling it, then what the scientist did was wrong. For a couple of reasons. One, as Will correctly stated, he has a preconception that the Earth cannot be young, and is not willing to do an experiment that would potentially falsify that preconception. The other thing is, you're just simply giving fuel to young Earth creationists, as exampled here. And I think someone else mentioned in the comments that the Schweitzer, I believe her name is, was also told something similar.
With all due respect, Will, I've actually peer-reviewed papers on geochronological and paleo sea level data, and I think you're misinterpreting what happened there through a particular ideological lens. But let's get in. So one of the things that you're unaware of is just the amount of data that we have that completely destroys a young Earth and the credibility of a young Earth position. So maybe rather than swapping stories backwards and forwards, we should move on to what that evidence actually is. Does that sound fair?
Let's do it. Yeah, it does. But again, this is important. Is people need to know.
Is this important?
That they are finding original biological material inside of dinosaur bones. And even though Jack Horner turned down our grant offer, now in the peer-reviewed journals like Nature and Science, they have now done carbon-14 testing, and it tests positive for carbon-14. So we can move on.
Oh, we can move on now. Thank you, Will. Citation needed.
Okay, just let me. Oh, that's fantastic. There's Okay, so I can't present PDFs here. Is this right? Sorry.
You can present. You can share screen. So if you open the PDF and put it on the screen, you can share the screen with the PDF on.
Okay, and sharing. Okay, all right. There you go.
I'm going to mute this for a second just to respond to Clive. Science research is not directed by YSCs. It is directed by the scientists themselves. Yes, and I will also state that, and I've said this in the past, there are problems within how science, or how physics and how astrophysics and cosmology, how they are directed. I am hesitant to say this, but I believe that Sabina may have a small point in her problems with the astronomical, or the high energy physics community at this point. Small.
Or sediment deposition in lakes, and these go back 30,000 years.
Moral?
Yes. Here's a brief introduction. So 6,000 years would be that little red box in the lower right corner. The highly jagged line is the dendrochronological data. The smoother line is the VARV data. We've also got ice core data. Ironically, Antarctica is one of the places where you could have most easily seen the geochronological data of just how old the Earth is, or why it isn't 10,000 years old. We also have layers within speleothems, which are stalagmites and stalactites. You'll note here the ages go back to 100,000 years. I'm sorry, 100,000 years, yes. We also get growth rings in corals. Now we can take all these data sets and we can plot them up against one another, and we can cross-correlate. We can do what's called wiggle matching based on the abundance, of cosmogenic radionuclides, which I'll get into. These are particular isotopes that are generated by cosmic ray impacts, and they vary from year to year because they're affected by the strength of Earth's magnetic field, which varies year to year. So we can take these records and we can intercompare them, and we get consistent results through these various different styles. So this particular plot shows.
All right, so this is something I wanted to highlight here, is that this is all pretty high level stuff. I'm a scientist, and I know what the material is. I mean, I know what he is saying, but I'm not intimately familiar with the studies themselves. But I am very familiar with how the methodology that's going on with this is not uncommon. One of the ways that we have faith, that's going to get taken way the fuck out of context. One of the ways that we have confidence in our results is because we use different independent methods, and those methods give us results that are all consistent with each other. And yes, you can nitpick, or you can highlight there are certain cases where that isn't the case. The Hubble crisis, for example. But on the whole, when we do these things, when we say the age of the universe is this, and when we say that when the Earth is X amount of years old, this is because we have a large amount of evidence that is independent of each other. One does not depend on the other. They are not correlated in that way. And each of these independent methods gives us approximately the same answer within error bars. Within the same confidence level, all of these answers are consistent. Something that I have not seen within the young Earth creation realm, admittedly, this could very well be my own ignorance, is that I have never seen a consensus as to, one, the mechanism behind how the Earth was created in specific, and two, or rather, no, sorry, that's not what I wanted to say. Why the universe looks the way that it does, in terms of how old it is, the fossil record, that sort of thing. And I don't think I've ever seen a number to the age of the Earth. Is it 10,000 plus or minus 15? Is it 10,000 plus or minus 172? Is it 10,000 plus or minus 10,000? I've never seen an age with an error bar. And I know that I'm coming off a little bit, or a little petty. And yeah, I don't really give a fuck. But what I will say in all seriousness is, if someone knows of a paper that is published by Young Earth Creationists, or anything that is put out by Young Earth Creationists that gives a date of the Earth with an error bar and explains how they got that error bar, I honestly would be very interested in looking at that. That is exactly the type of thing that I'm interested in, because if that does not exist, that goes to my point that this is pseudoscience. That if you cannot produce something as simple as that, an age to the Earth with an error, then I don't know what business you have in calling this a scientific endeavor. 10K plus or minus 4.6 billion. Yeah, okay, all right.
There's tree ring data, it shows speleothem data, it shows ice core data, and it shows coral data. And you can see that all of the data sets give a very consistent pattern of what's been happening in the past. The ice core data in particular goes back to 880,000 years. Now, what if the young Earth creation hypothesis were correct, then that orange curve should get smaller as you go back in time. That's dust particles. The orange, I'm pretty sure that's dust particles. Yeah. So the if those bottom layers were introduced more quickly, there should be less dust in them because there's less opportunity for dust to be included in those ice layers. But that's not what we see. We don't see the magnitude of the dust signal reducing as a function of time. One of the things that I want to point out here is if you look at the can you guys see my cursor
Yes.
at all?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
waving it around. Well, yep. Okay. So this green curve here is the oxygen isotope
Thank you,
ratio.
Charles.
So it's the ratio of oxygen 18 to oxygen 16. And you'll see that it's very similar to the deuterium anomaly. This is the ratio of deuterium to normal hydrogen. And down the bottom, you can see a very similar looking curve, but this is from a completely different data set. This is from ocean core data, and you can see that the scale is upside down because as the delta O18 ratio in the ice core rises, the delta O18 ratio in the ocean falls. So you've got an exchange of oxygen isotopes between the ice sheets and the ocean core. Okay. And this leads into, now these ocean cores, they're based on foraminifera that
With apologies to Tony, I am going to move along. Effectively, it is the same. It is the same point that he is presenting more data on how the Earth cannot be young, which is consistent with all of the data that was taken previously, or at least it is. Again, I need to be very specific with my language. It's consistent with the data that he demonstrated, and unless someone can demonstrate that PhD Tony is lying or coming from a place of deception, then I'm going to trust him on this. I am going to put my faith in Tony that he is properly representing the current field of geochronology and geophysics. So yes, I have faith in science. Fucking clip that if you want. And go nuts with those cronuts. Anyway, I'm getting too salty too early. Anyway, one of the things that I want to mention now, because I can, what's that smell? Bullshit. Oh yeah. One of the things that I'm going to just nip in the bud right now is science is not exact. This is why science can't prove anything, because science has error bars. So when I say that they are consistent, when I say that these measurements are consistent, I'm not saying they arrive at the exact same number. If they did, that would be weird to a certain extent. Depends on the error bars. What we mean by consistent, what scientists means by consistent, is that all of the data is statistically the same, meaning that within the span of error, within the range of possibilities, because the answer that we publish is the most probable answer, but it could be within that error. So, for example, if you have 10,000 plus or minus 152, then what a scientist is telling you is that we are very confident that the age of the Earth is 10,000 years old, but it could be anywhere from 10,152 to whatever 10,000 minus 152 is. Because two values do not, because two scientific studies do not come up with the exact same value, does not validate the conclusion that these two numbers are consistent, if they are consistent within their error bars. So one of the things that flat earthers like to do is to say, oh, the distance of the sun, we've been wrong about that all the time. Yes, Aristarchus, who was using literal sticks, was wrong about the distance to the sun. Oh my God. How dare that man be so wrong when he lived in an age that didn't have internal plumbing? Oh, I'm aghast. But if you look at modern studies, they are all consistent with each other. They all say that point to the fact that the sun is approximately 159 million kilometers away. I could look up the error, but do your own research. Google it. I'm sure you can find it. Yeah, I'm just in a mood today. I don't really know what the fuck is going on. Actually, I do know what the fucking what's going on. Anyway, so yeah, so that's what I mean by consistent. So if anyone wants to get their knickers in a twist and say, well, one scientist says this and another scientist says that, if you're going to come to me with that, then you need to come to me with the error bars to see whether or not they're consistent with each other. Again, I understand the Hubble constant is a thing, or a Hubble crisis is a thing. And yes, I'm concerned about that. And I am one of the reasons why I believe that our current understanding of physics is going to change, hopefully within my own lifetime.
Was a mentor of mine. And he taught me when I was like 19
howdy.
or 20 years old, that if I'm ever going to give a presentation to a large group of people, to design it.
Down the bottom of this figure, you'll see various black and white phases. These are magnetic reversals. So this black, white, bruness is where the magnetic field is oriented alongside consistent with modern, so and so on and so forth, and it goes back.
Oh, can I say that one of the things I love about nature is fucking how weird it is. You have something the size of the Earth with a magnetic field of a certain strength, milligauss, I think. But anyway, the magnetic field of the Earth flips. What the fuck is that about? That's weird. I don't know. To me, really big thing, a fundamental property of something really big flipping on a semi-regular basis. Yeah, weird, but awesome.
There are about 24 in this figure. We're aware. We've got records of at least,
there's a reason why.
200 magnetic reversals. So this ocean core data represents a very small fraction of the available geological data. And I might stop sharing for a moment in case Will has any responses to that.
Yes, I do. So I want to start big picture. But by the way, my wife's grandfather, who's passed away, was a mentor of mine.
Don't care.
And he taught me when I was like 19 or 20 years old, that if I'm ever going to give a presentation to a large group of people, to design it as if the audience was fifth graders. It sounded weird at the time, but I actually think it was good advice. So I like to start big picture, where even like my kids.
So you're treating your audience like morons. Okay.
Could possibly understand it. So
now, I will say that if you're a science communicator, one of the problems I have with science communication is that there is a sweet spot that is very rarely threaded. David Attenborough is basically to me is the king of science communication. And Bill Nye to a certain extent. Bill Nye's kind of a personal hero of mine. Pleasure Society, if you want to, sponsor with our department, we're good people. Anyway, one of the sweet spot is it cannot be too highbrow that the public cannot really follow what's going on, because they're going to tune out, they're going to check out. If you doesn't matter what the subject is, it doesn't matter how awesome it is, if they don't understand at a basic level of what's going on, then they're not going to follow, and your point is, your messaging is not going to get across. The other problem is, if you dumb it down, then you're not achieving anything. One, you may do things, and you may actually have the unintended consequence of having, such as myself, feel insulted because you're talking to me like I'm a 5-year-old or a 5th grader or whatever you just said. So you need to have it at a level that is understood by the average layperson, average lay adult, and then, but not so high up that they don't understand what's going on and lose the magic of what you're trying to say. I don't believe you should talk to kids in a general format, unless it's specifically targeted to children. I don't think you should talk to the kids, because one of the things that I think science should do is foster conversation. And so if you can get the parents on board, if you can get the parents understanding what's going on and appreciating the awesomeness that is science, then when the kid asks them a question afterward, they can have that conversation and they can grow as a unit through this thing of science. So, yeah. So
Tony, I'm going to respond to what you said. I don't want you to think I'm evading you. I've noticed that science cannot date things that are living, and science cannot date things accurately that we saw with our own eyes be created. Do you see the issue with that when we're going to take a firm stance that science can tell us things that happened millions and billions of years ago?
No. So this is like saying my dentist cannot detect cavities in my teeth with an aircraft radar. Therefore, aircraft radar is useless over distances of a kilometer. It's exactly the same thing.
Let me try to elaborate.
You're saying that a measurement.
I don't think it's the same thing.
No, please, I'm in the middle of speaking. You're saying that a measurement tool doesn't work on small scales, therefore it can't be trusted on large scales. That's exactly the argument you're making, and it's untrue. It's also untrue that we can't date things that are living. That's absolutely untrue. We know exactly how to do that. You're probably referring to what's called carbon reservoir, ocean reservoir corrections.
No.
You're not?
So, no.
What are you referring to?
People, human beings. If I brought you a human being, any random age, you cannot date them. There is no.
I don't know. I'm pretty charming. I think I could date them. Sorry.
No method to date them. The only way to date them is to trust the birth certificate or to have a video of when they were born.
That is some bullshit. That is some unmitigated bullshit. There is an entire field of forensic anthropology that does just that. How in the fuck can you state with a straight face that we cannot determine the age of a living organism? I'm sorry, do you not have a cat? Have you not switched vets and gone in and said, hey, this is my cat. How old is it? I don't know. Some they check out the teeth or do whatever the hell vets do. And they're like, yeah, it's around 8 or 9 years old. Just because they can't tell you that your cat was born on February 17th under a blue moon in 1982 doesn't mean they can't date them or age them. Same thing with a human being. So again, I'm smelling that sweet, sweet bullshit of this sort of underlying assumption of if you cannot get it precisely accurate, then you cannot know it at all.
Okay, you've baited and switched. You've said we can't date living organisms, and now you're talking about humans.
Well,
we
humans
can
are
date
living
living
organisms.
Yes, some human organisms don't provide systematic layering, but actually we can. For instance, if somebody was alive during the atomic bomb testing, we can certainly detect if they were. We can, and that's a character. That's a category error. Saying that human beings are living things, therefore we can't date living things. That's absolutely untrue.
Okay.
We can date living corals. We do date living corals. We can date trees. We do date living trees. We can date fish from the little osteoliths that accumulate in their ears because they have growth rings. There's plenty of stuff. There's plenty of living stuff that we can very accurately date.
Okay, so hold on a second. I'm just trying to give everybody how my mind works. And so and again, I can drop the humans after I say this part, but we can't even date a baby in the womb, okay?
Yes. In fact, we can. Maybe not to the accuracy that this gentleman will accept, but yes, we can actually determine the age of a fetus in the womb. Thank you for playing. So this is the same person who is willing to be told that he was wrong. And I agree, this is how his mind works. This is how his mind works. PhD Tony just gave a number of examples of where his statement is factually wrong. He ignores it. Which again is exactly what flat earthers do to evidence that they cannot explain or defend or debunk, is that they ignore it and then they make authoritative statements about how things are. If you are honestly someone who is willing to admit that they're wrong, you cannot speak of authority on anything in that subject. So instead of someone who is seeking truth, I would think that instead of saying, no, we can't date things, basically ignoring everything that Tony just had to say, I would ask a question. I would say, but how? How do we do these things? With what kind of accuracy can we do these things? I would ask questions, because that's what truth seeking is about. Truth seeking is not assuming you have the right answer and then trying to shove everything into that box.
Pregnancy is dated from the woman's last menstrual cycle because there is no accurate way to date and figure out when conception occurred. So my point is, if we struggle to date living things, I think we need to at least have a pause when we're going to be dating things that
Which is it? Do we struggle or can we not?
are millions and billions of years old. That's all. That's the only point I'm trying to make. And I'll tell you something that's in your field. And again, I'm taking your word for the things you're saying. I'm taking the young Earth creationist word for the things they're saying. There is a young Earth creationist, PhD, geologist.
He is not.
Who's a fellow Aussie. Okay, his name is Andrew Snelling, and he
Yes, I mentioned
dated.
I believe Tony mentioned Dr. Snelling earlier in the stream.
him previously.
Yeah, there's something that was discovered in Australia. It was some sort of petrified wood, and it was both carbon-14 dated and potassium
petrified
argon
wood.
dated, and the difference in the dates was wildly different. That's one example. A second example is things are dated like lava that we know when it was formed, or rock that was formed in Mount St. Helens explosion, and the dates are wrong, but we actually saw those form. So again, I just think it's a little bit, I think we should be careful to think we can't be wrong about dates millions and billions of years ago when we're wrong about things that are less than 50 years old.
And yet, the Earth is 10,000 years old. So we can't be, so what you're saying is, we can't be so arrogant as to say that we know what the age of the universe is because of yada yada, but you can.
Okay, so to answer those questions, the laboratory that sample was sent to, on their website, it says that you cannot use potassium argon for samples that are that new. So again, this is like trying to detect a tooth cavity with an aircraft radar. And the error on that, the error returned by that was 320,000 years or 3.2 million. I can't remember exactly, but it was if you start using the same date and you get billions of years, being an error by 3.2 million is irrelevant. If the technique is only accurate to within 3.2 billion, that doesn't allow you 3.2 million. Sorry, that doesn't allow you to suggest that the technique is worthless on those larger length scales. Similarly, when we use radiometric dating on the Pompeii eruption, the Mount Vesuvius eruption, we get exactly the right date. We get exactly the date that corresponds with the historical evidence we have. So that claim is false. We can get into the shortcomings of radiocarbon dating and why young Earth creationists are very keen to present radiocarbon results. Radiocarbon, if you get a radiocarbon age from a very old sample, a fossilized sample, that means nothing. It could mean that the sample has been corrupted by. Well, I've got a presentation on that. Do you want to see the reservations that you should have when somebody presents an old radiocarbon dating?
This is another thing that an honest scientist will do, is they will freely admit the limitations of scientific methodology, that there are limits to what techniques can be used when. And I'm sure Tony is going to has a lot of it, but for my money, the thing that I tell my students is carbon-14 has a half-life of approximately 5,000 years. So if you want to know something that is, I don't know, 1 billion years old, based on the amount of carbon content is in it, we do not have a device precise enough to detect how little carbon is going to be present within that sample. So again, this is the difference between someone who is trained in science and understands science and people on the young earth or flat earth, is that an honest scientist, and this is why I have faith in Tony and Tony's in what Tony has to tell me, is that he freely admits there are limitations to what we can and cannot say about things like the age of the earth, or rather the techniques.
Well, I just heard something you said that sounded like begging the question to me. And you said,
okay. Said this once, and I'll say this again. I may have said it many times. This is not a rhetorical argument. This is a scientific one. No scientist ever says, oh, I'm sorry, we can't accept your paper for peer review because you're fucking begging the question. Stop with the fucking logical fallacies. For the love of all that is fucking holy. Fuck. This is not a rhetorical debate. There are no null hypotheses to fucking work out. There is no appealing to authority. There is no fucking straw man. There is data. There is what data says, and there is what data doesn't, and then there is pulling shit out of your fucking ass. Wow. And I'm only 30 minutes into a 2.5 hour stream. This is gonna be fun. Not a fucking rhetorical argument. This is science, goddammit. It is driven by data. Scene.
that dating method doesn't work on something. What was the exact phrase you used?
So radiocarbon dating doesn't work on very old material.
Okay, perfect. So let's talk about that, because I have an issue with that statement. Okay. And it gets back to my example with Jack Horner. If you're going to assume your conclusion, that's what the begging the question fallacy is. If you're going to assume your conclusion that it's old and therefore say that this dating method won't work on that specimen, that's not science to me.
Okay, but you need to understand that if you get a young radiocarbon age from a sample, that doesn't mean that it's young, because radiocarbon has limitations. So I can only answer this question by discussing radiocarbon dating. I got a presentation on that. Would you like to? Because these are things that are often misunderstood by lay people, and I'd prefer to.
What the fuck was that smile about?
I just want to point out for people in the chat, because the people in the chat are now acting like flat earthers. They have no idea what I'm talking about in terms of original biological material found inside of dinosaur bones.
I detect another whiff of something. Does he have special knowledge that only young Earth creationists know?
And you're talking about it like you do. You probably don't even care to go look up the actual research, which is in all of the mainstream science journals. And someone even made a comment that you don't carbon-14 date something that's that old. And again, that is not science. Fortunately, even though the science community hung Mary Schweitzer for saying it was original biological material, they tried to tell her it was biofilm.
Okay, I let it go the first time. I'm not going to let it go again, because he seems to think that the 3/5 compromise was a Supreme Court decision. Can we not use the word hung? Yeah.
Fortunately, people were able to do real actual science, and there's now been not only carbon-14 but DNA inside of these dinosaur bones. So this is very significant to the age of the Earth.
Okay. Does Mary Schweitzer agree that the Earth is 6,000 years old? Because you keep on citing her work, and she doesn't agree with the conclusions that you're coming. But let's move on to the technique of carbon dating.
Great.
So carbon dating was invented in the 1940s. Carbon-14 is created by cosmogenic spallation you get high energy particles coming into the atmosphere. They hit nitrogen. Well, sorry, that's an illustration of carbon-14. The spallation occurs with the oxygen and the nitrogen in the atmosphere. This is radiocarbon decay. There are two styles of radiocarbon detector. The first one basically detected the beta particle emissions, the electron emissions. The second one is mass acceleration, well, AMS. So this is mass spectrometry. You chop up the sample, you filter it, you ionize it, and then you send it through a electrical field. The amount of carbon-14 in the system is, as I said, a function of the strength of the electromagnetic field, which varies. So it's electromagnetic field. Here's an illustration of sort of variations in cosmogenic nuclides, in particular 1400, and this is more illustration of that. Okay, so what are the problems with this data set? One is sample preparation. Because the samples, we get carbon, it gets taken up by plants.
Blue, apparently Will also thinks woolly mammoths were made had wool. So yeah.
Plants get eaten by herbivores, the herbivores get eaten by carnivores, everybody dies, and the remains end up in the soil. Your sample can end up encrusted with young material. It can be permineralized, which means mineral intrusions into your sample. It can also have microbial action contaminating your sample. You can also have what's called remineralization, where phosphate ions inside your mineral are replaced by young carbonate. So the presence of young carbon in your sample. The other thing that can happen is nearby radiation sources. So if you've had a radiation source that produces neutrons near your sample, it will emit neutrons, they will hit the oxygens, and they will produce carbon-14. So the presence of radiocarbon, of young carbon-14 in this material is no evidence whatsoever that the sample was actually young. You have to eliminate the various other forms of error that could have happened. The other limitation on radiocarbon dating is what's called the ocean reservoir correction. Atmospheric CO2 dissolves into the ocean. It's eaten by microbes. They get eaten by up the food chain. But then the carbon.
No, I'm going to see if I can keep going until the super chat's at the end. So I'm probably going to be going through probably at least 2 hours of this. So buckle up, folks.
Carbon actually has to travel to the north and south poles. At the north and south poles, Earth's magnetic field is very, very strong. So you don't get many cosmic rays. You don't get much carbon-14. So the carbon-14 that is found in high latitude areas has gotten there through ocean currents. And this takes time, during which the carbon-14 is already decaying. It doesn't magically stop decaying because it hasn't been eaten by an animal yet. So you need to apply an ocean reservoir correction depending on how far away from the poles you are. So there are limitations on radiocarbon dating, and the fact that a radiocarbon result yields a young age is in no way logically requires that the material that the sample was young. There are multiple pathways for young carbon to get into an old geological sample. So this old staple of and again, like, the thing is, it's not like experts in the field have not heard these arguments. We have heard these arguments. We know why they're wrong. Yet
another thing that's similar between flat Earth and young Earth creationist is that it seems as if Will Duffy seems to think that we don't know that we've heard these things before. Granted, that's kind of ironic because I haven't heard about the two-way speed of light thing. So I mean, I guess he got me on that. But it's very common for a flat earther to believe that their idea is novel and is compelling and has not been thoroughly researched and debunked.
It is a little frustrating that the scientists who base their careers around this and around the accuracy of geochronological techniques are being told by people who don't understand these techniques how they should do science. There's a reason we don't use radiocarbon-14, and we don't accept that young radiocarbon in diamonds or coal or whatever else you're looking at means that they're young, because it doesn't. It means that your sample's contaminated. Maybe you should find a better sample.
Okay, so this is important, Tony. This is super important.
Is it important? Is it super important?
I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm the more objective one here on this topic.
You are wrong.
Think that it's possible that you're right about this, but I think it's also possible that it's not contamination and that it's original biological material, and that we should.
Let's look at this for a second. Why would Tony not be? Why? Let's look at the objectivity of these two individuals. Will is saying that he is the more was going to say objectionable, but that's not objective of the two. Again, I'm extrapolating here. Let's extrapolate to a young Earth creationist and a scientist. Now, a scientist obviously follows mainstream science or conventional science based on data and all that sort of thing. And they're going to hold to a position because that's what they know, they've been taught, they've learned, they've done, until sufficient evidence has been presented to them that they can accept a new reality. If they accept a new reality, then the worst things that can happen to them, and they're not trivial. If someone were to, were putting their entire, what if we decided that, or what if we, Freudian slip, what if we just determined that relativity ain't a thing, that general relativity ain't a thing? There are some relativists out there who basically have made relativity their life's work that are going to suffer in a way from it. They may not get rent money for it. Their reputations might be tarnished, what have you. But, in the grand scheme of things, again, not to trivialize it, but that's what they're going to lose. For a young Earth creationist, they're coming from at this that the Bible is proof of God's existence. And they are taking the Bible literally. So who has more to lose? The scientist in being wrong. The scientists who might lose their reputation. Doubt they would lose their job, but their reputation, their sort of life's work, that sort of thing, or someone who would lose their God. Who is in fact more likely to be objective in this argument?
Look into this. We should do more testing. We should look for more specimens out in the world. You sound like you are closed-minded. It has to be old. I know.
Science should do more testing? Oh my God. Holy fuck. Tony, did you know that? Did you know that before this? That science should do more testing? Oh, weird. I never fucking knew that. That had never come to my head. Never come into my head. He's calling Tony closed-minded here. Where have I heard that before?
No, I'm right. Therefore, it must be contamination. Game over.
Okay, so at the moment you're sounding very much like a flat earther. This is exactly the sort of argumentation that a flat earther takes, and the difference is the abundance of evidence. So far, I brought up one dating technique. There are several other dating techniques. There's also an abundance of evidence. How do you explain the fact that there's a 2 kilometer thick layer of glacial till in Oman?
So he just shakes his head. This is not the behavior of someone who wants to learn the truth, who is seeking the truth, who is taking, who accepts what is being said on faith, or I can't remember the specific words, but basically his meaning was that I listen to flat Earth, or not, I listen to young Earth creationists, I hear what they have to say, and then I listen to conventional science, and then I listen to what they say, and then I weigh them equally. Shaking your head at him is not an open-minded thing to do. It is not weighing these things independently here. Tony, I've been intemperate for a while.
I need to respond to something you said. All I said is that you might be right or you might be wrong, and you say that I sound like a flat earther.
Yes, which is exactly what flat earthers say. Yes,
so
that's exactly what flat earthers say. Flat earthers say that it's possible.
Forget if flat earthers say that. What is wrong with my statement that I think you might be right, Tony? I'm telling you right now, but I also think it's possible you're wrong. Yeah. What is wrong with that statement?
Because the confidence I have in my conclusion is proportional to the abundance of evidence supporting that conclusion. We have not covered even a tiny scintilla of the available evidence supporting my conclusion. You are not aware of the vast majority of evidence supporting my conclusion.
I don't
and you're
even know what
saying,
your
well, I could, you
conclusion
could
is.
be wrong.
You haven't said what
Okay,
your conclusion is.
so
What do you think his conclusion is? That Tony thinks that the universe, or that the Earth is in fact 1.37 billion years old? You haven't said what your conclusion is. You fucking shitting me with this.
So
is your
my conclusion is that the preponderance of geochronological evidence directly contradicts a 10,000-year-old Earth and establishes Earth's age as 3.56 billion years, plus or minus a few million years.
Okay,
That's what the evidence suggests.
Okay, I am shocked right now, and I'm a little bit perplexed. I've been told by mainstream science that the
Sorry,
Earth is
4.56.
4.5 billion.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
that's right. 4.56. Sorry.
Okay, good. That makes me feel a little bit better.
I've been reading papers about stromatolites that are 3.52 million years old. So that was the number that was in my mind. But yes, 4.56 billion. You're quite right.
Okay, so someone told me recently, and I immediately knew they were wrong. They told me that multiple fields of science all independently date the Earth, and they all come up with the same answer. That is false.
Yeah, that's not false.
That is false. So Tony, here's what I'd like from you is I want you to tell me right now, other than meteorites that did not originate from the Earth, what shows us the Earth is 4.5 billion years old?
Okay. So material on Earth has been dated to that far back.
No, that's false, Tony. I'm sorry. I have to stop you. Nothing from the Earth.
So a non-expert just told a geophysicist that he was wrong about that I'm sorry. What? And maybe I'm about to stick my foot way the fuck, or eat a whole bucket of crow. But let me get this straight. A guy who, in the beginning of this stream, said, "Hi, I'm Will, not PhD Will. I have no scientific training whatsoever." Just told not only a geophysicist, but a man who specializes in geochronology, the aging of things Earth-related. He has just told him that you cannot age something, or that nothing on the Earth has been aged to, or nothing on the Earth has been dated to that age. This is my problem. The arrogance. And this is why I get triggered. This is why I am so worked up about this. Is because if there is a message, a principle guiding message of Christ, it is humility. It is that we should be humble before all others, even before, even in front face of our enemies. We need to be humble, and we need to serve. The amount of arrogance coming off this man is gagging to me. The hubris it takes to tell somebody whose job it is to determine the ages of the Earth, to tell him that he is wrong to his face. The hypocrisy is fucking mind-blowing.
Earth has been dated at 4.5 billion years old. Nothing.
Yes, because it has to. Now you are actually using science denialist tactics, and I am extremely resentful of it. So do you accept then the material has been dated to 4.1 billion years old?
I'm not okay. So you feel
no? Don't do this.
No,
like literally. So you're saying that the scientific material that has been dated to 4.1 billion years old isn't consistent with a 4.56 billion year old Earth. This is just mendacity, Will. And if a flat earther were doing this, you'd rip into them.
Hey, Tony, 4.1 billion and 4.5 billion are insanely different numbers. Insanely different.
Insanely different. Where have I heard that before? Where have I heard this idea that, holy shit, big number equals scary? 4.5 and 4.1 are not insanely different numbers. Someone can do the math. That is 0.4 billion years. So what percentage of that? What is the percent error between those two values? I'd also like to know what the scientific definition of insanely is. Also 4.1 billion. Let me hold on. Got to check my notes. Yeah, 4.1 is insanely different than 10,000. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, we dated it to 4.1. That means it can't be 4.5. Therefore, it has to be 10,000. How the fuck is that logical? What the absolute fuck? Woo.
And so I'm
So what?
establishing.
They're both much bigger than 10,000, aren't they?
Okay, hold on, Tony. This is important. Okay, I learned something
Is it important? But more importantly, is it super important?
very, very valuable in the flat Earth world, which is that they like to poke holes in the globe, but they don't like to show evidence of their position. I asked you for your conclusion because dendrochronology and ice cores are not evidence that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. And so I wanted to establish that you believe.
He is poking holes. He is doing exactly what he just claimed flat earthers could do. Again, Will, you don't need Christ. You need fucking therapy. Your ability to be self-aware is non-fucking existent. Holy fuck.
Will, shut up right there. Shut up right there. So again, I said that the confidence in my conclusion is based on the entirety of the evidence available to me. It is not based on dendrochronology. It is not based on ice cores. But with dendrochronology and ice cores, I can refute your position that it's 10,000 years old. You are making a claim that it's 10,000 years old, which is instantly falsified by ice core data. It's instantly falsified by sea level data. It's instantly falsified by all geochronological data. And to start picking holes, this is exactly what flat earthers do. Flat earthers, I was going to ask you about how you explain 2 kilometer thick strata in Oman. So we have glaciological strata, 2 kilometers thick in Oman. How did that get there?
Okay, I'm sorry, Tony.
When did that get there?
Sorry, Tony. I will answer you, but I can't let this go. So you said, anybody can hear this, that multiple fields of science date the Earth to the same age. That is false. The 4.5.
No, that's not false.
Okay, where does 4.5 billion years come from? That exact number, where does that come from?
It comes from the position of well, there are multiple data sets. The position of the sun on the main sequence of the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram dates the sun's age since its formation. We can look at the
sorry, Tony, we're talking about the age of the Earth. Sorry, the sun is not the age of the Earth.
No, but the age of this is like saying that the sky has nothing to do with the floor. Will, that's exactly the same argument. And the fact that you are unwilling to admit it is a sign of your intellectual dishonesty, to be brutally frank. The age of the sun and the age of the formation of the solar system is very much a constraint on the age of the Earth, and maintaining otherwise is simply dishonest. We can look, for instance, at the we can determine how the Earth was formed. We can determine from the evidence available to us. And again, this is very much like saying, show me a picture of the Earth with planes flying upside down. Obviously, no zircons survive from that early in the Hadean, but that doesn't mean that we can preclude a 10,000-year-old age. That the fact that you will freely admit that we have geochronological data from 4.1 billion years ago, and then go on with a straight face to suggest that it's possible the Earth is 10,000 years old, is simply meretricious.
I never agreed to 4.1 billion.
Guys, can I? Sorry for jumping in. Oh shit.
So, Will does not accept that the age of the sun is 4.5 billion years old because, again, this is the problem that I have with that I, as an astronomer, have with his particular argument is that it is that the speed of light to the Earth is instantaneous, and so therefore it is impossible to use light to study it. Although now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, no, I was conflating age with distance. Sorry, dementia's creeping in again. But no, I again, he is.
Shit, I'm muted. Oh no, sorry, I'm not muted. I'm just swearing for no reason. Sorry, guys. I'm just wondering. The last thing I want to do is like interrupt the conversation. I'm just going to offer this, and if you don't want it, I'll step back and shut up. I feel like you've both got things you want to say. Would now be a good time where maybe we just say, listen, you know, Tony, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to say everything you want to say, and there'll be no interruption. Then Will, we come to you. You get 5 minutes to say everything, and then I feel like you're both trying to get something out, and you've not both quite got there. Or do you want me to just shut up and I'll let you go back to it? I don't want to stamp on your toes here. What would you both prefer?
Yeah, that's probably.
I'm fine continuing.
I'm not. I'd prefer to have uninterrupted ability to present stuff.
Okay, so,
so
5 minutes with Tony. So you're not. So 5 minutes with you, and then 5 with Will,
I mentioned
and
that
then
before.
uninterrupted each. I'll just bring yours.
There's nothing in Maxwell's equations that would indicate that there is a directionality, some kind of directionality to the magnitude, or the magnitude of the speed of light is a function of its direction. There's no expectation for that. And so to claim it, as Veractium does, yes, it's possible. Yes, okay, it is possible. It is also possible that on a planet somewhere out in the universe or out in the galaxy, there are two-headed parrots that have 8 legs like a cat, who often argue with each other as to where best to eat. It's actually such a problem that a good portion of those crats starve to death because they are so involved in that argument of where to best eat. They just die of hunger. That is possible.
Yep. Okay. Right.
Okay. So we'll talk about other geochronological techniques. Here we're going to talk about cosmogenic exposure ages. So cosmic rays are highly energetic particles. They come from distant galaxies and supernova. They penetrate the sun's and the Earth's magnetic fields, and they fluctuate wildly depending on the strength of the magnetic field. Here's an example of spallation by a high-energy neutron causing formation of beryllium-10, which is an exotic isotope that doesn't occur naturally. These collisions occur in the upper layers of rock. If that rock is eroded away, then the cosmogenic exposure age of the rock becomes young.
Parcat tiles. They are a noble species known as the parcat.
So this is a pincer movement on young Earth creationism. Those are the various forms of erosion that are concerned. We've used this very
citations
broadly. So here, yeah, okay, I've got the wrong presentation up, but I'm hoping, yep. Okay, there you go. So here we've got the Grand Canyon. Obviously, this is a case of erosion. As the material is eroded, you would expect under a gradualist process that the material exposed first, which would be at the top, would be more exposed to cosmic rays than the material at the bottom. And indeed, this is exactly what we see. We can see that the upper layers have been exposed to cosmic rays for 10 million years, and those lower layers have been exposed for 2 million years. Conversely, when we look at 20 kilometer thick sedimentary layers off the coast of India, for this much sediment to have occurred in 10,000 years or whatever, you're talking about a kilometer of sediment every 1,000 years, a meter of sediment every year. So there should be no old rocks left if that's the case. But that's not the case. There are very many old rocks still left in the Himalayas that show ages consistent with the last ice ages. So where we've got where young Earth requires that these processes should have been very rapid, they weren't very rapid. We can again show that there are layers in the Earth. These layers are coherent. They have consistent faunal assemblages in the layers. With different environments. We very much don't find, for instance, human remains or any evidence of human remains in the Ediacaran or the Cambrian or the Silurian. These organisms are very different from those today, but you can see their evolutionary development and the ages at which they develop from one another. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is an example of a diamictite. This is a particularly characteristic glacial data set that forms when highly granulated silt is discharged and then drop stones are dropped into it. Here, for instance, we see examples of diamictites from Canada.
Okay, Will. So
no, that's okay. That's fine.
Great.
Will, you got the same amount of time now? Shoot.
I'm actually going to put something on the screen, by the way, but not yet. I'll tell you. Okay.
Okay.
We'll wait in suspense.
All right. So as I mentioned at the beginning, I have no training in any of this. People seem to think that you shouldn't hold an opinion on something unless you have formal training.
You can hold an opinion on something, but to flat out tell an expert that they're wrong is beyond the pale. That is not acceptable. And to use the flimsy excuse that, oh my God, the gotcha, we can only measure it out to 4.1, not 4.5. Considering that my argument is that the Earth is only 10,000 years old. Again, this is a Witsit tactic, in that he will say that, oh, because of the Hubble crisis, for example, then the Earth, then cosmology is complete crap. But he doesn't even believe in the field of cosmology to begin with. So the fact that you don't believe the 4.1 billion year, that the 4.1 billion year is even accurate at all, I don't see where the footing is with this. Again, you are not presenting counter evidence. You are attacking what evidence there actually is. You are attempting to proceed with gotcha moments, which is exactly what flat earthers fucking do. If you want a gotcha moment, then bring the data. Do you even data, bro? I mean, how much can you calibrate? I just don't understand this. Is that this is exactly what they do. They will try to use conventional science to debunk conventional science. Conventional science they don't believe in. That's not how this works. You have a position. You have a positive position that the Earth is 10,000 years old. So therefore, your position needs to be to have evidence that affirms that hypothesis, or that theory, rather. Well, hypothesis. So this is exactly what flat earthers do. And again, if you cannot see that, book a therapist appointment, brother, because you need one. Quick. Yeah, you can have an opinion. Everyone can have an opinion. The problem becomes when you assert that your opinion is of a higher validity or has higher weight, is more correct than someone who actually studies this for a living. Even more so when you can't bring the heat, when you got no data, when you have no data to actually support your evidence, then what you have is only an opinion. And opinions are like assholes. But we all had them. They all stink. So
Training in it, which of course is absurd. We all hold opinions on things. There's not enough time in life to research everything. Okay, so Tony, you brought up the Grand Canyon, which is great. The Grand Canyon, obviously, again, either was formed over a very long period of time or it was formed rapidly. So we've got to try to figure out with the evidence what it was. Am I correct, Tony, that geology tells us that limestone forms over very long periods of time?
I'm not an expert on limestone formation, and this is a common mistake that people make, thinking that geophysicists are geologists. I'm not.
Gotcha. Okay. So from what I've heard, limestone, it takes 1,000.
I have to admit, I made that mistake. I actually called Tony a geologist. Sorry about that, honey.
1,000 years or more to even get an inch of limestone. So there is a PhD geologist who I'm going to appeal to now, since I am not one, and his name is Steve Austin.
Oh, I'm sorry. You appealing to the authority of Stone Cold Steve Austin is fine, but him begging the question ain't. I'm sorry. What I would think that logical fallacy is good. If it's good for you, it's good for him. Isn't that logical?
He has studied the Grand Canyon specifically for 30 years. But by the way, what's so funny?
Stone Cold Steve Austin. When you said that, I was just typing it in the chat. Stone Cold.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's the level I'm thinking of. Sorry, mate.
Okay, gotcha.
Cats, if you're watching this, I see you. I see you, and you're valid.
As long as you guys don't have anything against Steve Austin. So again, he's a
I've never heard of
geologist.
him.
Okay, cool. He's a
He is an awesome wrestler. He is a horrible, horrible abuser of alcohol. I mean, he doesn't drink those beers. Like, he might get a sip or two, but he throws that beer all over the fucking place. If that's not alcohol abuse, I don't fucking know what is.
PhD. He has studied the Grand Canyon for 30 years. What I love about this is I would never, personally, nothing against it, spend 30 years of my life studying the Grand Canyon. There is a 7-foot layer of limestone across the entire Grand Canyon. It goes for 100 miles. And what he has found in this layer of limestone is nautiloid fossils. So can you go ahead and show my screen, Cats?
Yep. There you go.
This is a nautiloid. This is a marine animal.
Cool.
It is estimated that there are 1 billion nautiloid fossils in the 7-foot layer of limestone in the Grand Canyon. Now, these are big. The average size is the length of your arm. The biggest one they found was 7 feet. The interesting thing is that 1 out of 7 that they find standing upright on the pointy end. So this right here is a clue to the past. I don't think we're ever going to be 100% certain about the past, but this is a clue as to
Correct. Science does not prove with 100%. Doesn't prove. Science doesn't do that. So kudos.
how the Grand Canyon was formed. I would present, Tony, that it is impossible that these marine fossils got into this 7-foot layer of limestone over a long period of time. And the fact that they're all in every direction and 1 out of 7 is up on the point means they were all buried at the same time and rapidly. So obviously you may not have heard of this, but if you haven't, definitely look him up because he's spent his career studying this one thing, and I would consider him an expert on this.
He is an expert. He very well could be an expert on it. However, he is one expert with one conclusion. And I'm so glad that, again, someone who is not an expert in this. Hold on. I want to get this right.
But by the way, what's so funny?
Stone Cold Steve Austin. When he said that, I was just
In the Grand Canyon. Now, these are big. The average size is the length of your arm. The biggest one they found was, but if you haven't, definitely look him up because he's spent his career studying this one thing, and I would consider him an expert on this. 1 out of 7 that they find standing upright on the pointy end.
Out of curiosity, what is the point of that? What is the significance of that? I'm honestly asking. I have no idea why that is relevant in any way.
So this right here is a clue to the past. I don't think we're ever going to be 100% certain about the past, but this is a clue as to how the Grand Canyon was formed. I would present, Tony, that it is impossible that
He would present, a non-expert, mind you, would present that it is impossible for this piece of evidence to be in line with a millions of year old process. Okay. Glad you have that opinion.
these marine fossils
Again, the fucking arrogance.
got into this 7-foot layer of limestone over a long period of time. And the fact that they're all in every direction and 1 out of 7 is up on the point means they were all buried at the same time and rapidly. So obviously you may not have heard of this, but if you haven't, definitely look him up because he's spent his career studying this one thing, and I would consider him an expert on this.
sorry for putting you off. I was thinking of the wrestler. I wasn't. But that's
No, it's okay. I didn't know if maybe there was a negative opinion of him. I don't have anything. Okay.
Who gives a shit if there's a negative opinion of him? What we give a shit about is whether or not his data works, if his interpretation is correct. Again, this is not a fucking popularity contest. It's all about the data. I'm all about the data, baby.
Yeah.
I was just being immature. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Okay. Again, like people are going to interpret things differently, and you have to try to figure out whose interpretation is right. Maybe both of them are wrong, right? For example, if you've got a polystrate fossil, one person might say, well, I think that was there and those layers developed over it over a long period of time. And the other side is going to say, no, I think that happened rapidly because it's going through so many layers and it couldn't have stood for millions of years. So again,
Okay, so why?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, don't. Well, I was just going to ask, then why are the cosmogenic exposure ages wrong?
I've never
What
heard
is
of
causing the error in the
Yet another flat Earth tactic is this idea that you have a certain piece of evidence. You have one side says this, one side says that. So who knows who's right? But when then you present a piece of evidence that is consistent with the old Earth being correct, oh, I've never heard of that. Well, perhaps if you're a seeker of truth, and this is important, you should actually learn more about the subject before making authoritative statements about the ages of things. Before you tell a professional in the field that he's wrong.
Okay, so again, I showed, it was only briefly, but I showed a dozen papers on this technique. And yeah, creationists, I searched Creation Wiki for an examination of this technique, and I was unable to find anything on it because it's a it's a well-established technique. It's related to radiocarbon. The same process that forms radiocarbon is what creates these aluminium-26, beryllium-10, neon-21, all of these other all of these exotic isotopes that don't occur naturally. And why do some rocks have none of these things? Why do some rocks have lots and lots of these things? Why does the interstellar dust from the Murchison meteorite return a cosmogenic exposure age of 7 billion years? Why is that material older than anything we can find on Earth? So that you haven't heard of a technique, that you aren't aware of the evidence, is actually an argument against your position. That you've got to take all of the evidence, and one guy's opinion of what he did doesn't really count for much. Has it been subjected to peer review? Has it been?
It's easier. It's easier. It's there for anybody to go look at. You can just go to the Grand Canyon.
It's easier. Hold on.
A dozen papers on this technique. And yeah, creationists, I searched Creation Wiki for an examination of this technique, and I was unable to find anything on it because it's a it's a well-established technique. It's related to radiocarbon. The same process that forms radiocarbon is what creates these aluminium-26, beryllium-10, neon-21, all of these other all of these exotic isotopes that don't occur naturally. And why do some rocks have none of these things? Why do some rocks have lots and lots of these things? Why does the interstellar dust from the Murchison meteorite return a cosmogenic exposure age of 7 billion years? Why is that material older than anything we can find on Earth? So that you haven't heard of a technique, that you aren't aware of the evidence, is
Lisa, I feel you.
actually an argument against your position. That you've got to take all of the evidence, and one guy's opinion of what he did doesn't really count for much. Has it been subjected to peer review? Has it been?
It's easier. It's easier.
Okay, so no, I still don't get it. Has it been subjected to peer review? It's easier. Yeah, it's way easier to put out bullshit when you don't have to get it peer reviewed. Sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, you know what? Actually, I am planning on doing this. So just show that astronomers have a sense of humor on Archive. Oh, by the way, there is this thing called Archive, ARXIV. It is a site for, I think this covers all sciences. It is where people post papers that are in the way that I use it as a professional was when my paper was peer reviewed, I would post it to Archive to get it out there quicker instead of waiting for it to be officially published in the journal. But you can, it's free. You can download anything that you want. You can, like I said, you can download things, and when you download it, it should give you information as to this is when it was put in, this is when it was reviewed, this is when it was accepted, that sort of thing. So you know what you're looking at. Well, anyway, every April Fool's, people put out papers as well, a joke. And so I'm going to put out my top 3 favorite April Fool's astro papers. The first one, of course, has to do with cats and how it is now scientifically proven that the age of cats is unknowable. This is important, Will. You should know this because now you have even more evidence that we cannot reliably date organic material or living creatures. We have shown that, at least in cats, their lives are completely unknowable.
It's there for anybody to go look at. You can just go to the Grand Canyon and look at it.
Have his interpretations
Also, another play out of the Flat Earth Playbook. Unless anyone can do it, unless anyone can do the science, then it's not valid.
of the data past peer review? It's a simple question, yes or no.
I have no idea.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer it for you. No, they haven't, which means that experts in the field don't agree with his interpretation. An individual's interpretation is not sufficient. This is why I presented dozens of papers on cosmogenic isotope data. This is why I presented this is why in my presentations I've got many articles on geochronological techniques. My close personal friends dated a coral to 500,000 to more than 500,000 years old, 600 to 700,000 years old, depending on the coral. I've got other colleagues that dated the earliest stromatolite to 3.57, which was the number I was, or 3.52, something like that. That was the number that was in my head earlier because I was presenting. I was preparing that figure earlier. These are people I work with. These are people whose techniques I know. And again, you've still got to get around the fact that mining companies agree that geochronological techniques are accurate. They agree that geochronological techniques
Same, Clive.
produce useful
I
results.
did too.
When money depends on it, they don't get young Earth creationists to do this stuff. They go to the professionals, and the professionals are able to make them money. And if young Earth creationists can't do that, just as flat earthers can't plot a path across the earth, they can't track aircraft, they can't tell an aircraft which direction it should fly in or for how long in order to get from one place to another. Just the same, young earth creationists can't tell mining companies where they should be mining for their mineral deposits. And that in and of itself tells me that young earth creation doesn't have any validity. Until it can do that, it's useless. And there's another technique. There's a
God, that smile. Fuck.
technique called amino acid racemization, which is the tendency. So all living organisms tend to have left-handed amino acids. As soon as the organism dies, the amino acids start sort of spontaneously swapping chirality. So they start turning into right-handed. And so by looking at the proportion between left-handed and right-handed amino acids,
I'm gonna go
you
with
can tell
no.
how long an organism has been dead. And the oldest ages that we've got for that are from ostrich eggs. Well, I think they're the oldest ages. They're the oldest ages I could find. Was 3.8 million years old. These were ostrich eggs in Africa, and they were right next to one of the samples was right next to a volcanic tuff that we could date radiometrically to the same age. So why do these techniques, why does cosmogenic exposure age dating, radiometric dating, and amino acid racemization, why do these three techniques, which use wildly different physical principles, yield consistent results?
Again, just so people in the back can hear, what Tony was talking about are three independent methods. Basically, one does not have anything to do with the other. One does not make any assumptions that the others do. There's no underlying assumption of any of the three methods such that there is some kind of systematic connection between the three of them. They are independent. Therefore, there is no expectation that the results that they would get would be consistent, other than that the result they're getting is reality. And again, consistent is within error bars. There's a certain error range between in each of these results, and those results fall within each of each other's error. Young Earth creationists, flat earthers, make a lot of claims about how the world is, but they do not have independent, or at least I've never seen them, they do not have independent evidence to that is consistent with one another. I will give you an example among the Aether community. The Aether community has made many claims that I don't know what it is. What is it? It's been a while. That the Michelson or the speed of light changes as a function of altitude. But the results so there are two or three studies that have been done to illustrate this. But from my understanding, the results are not consistent with one another. That is the key difference between, and that is the reason why science goes in a certain direction and not in others, is because the data dictates its direction, objectively speaking. Again, there are problems, but objectively, science goes in the direction where the data is telling us. And when the data is consistent, that's where we go. When we have data that suggests that something is not right, but that data isn't consistent, that doesn't provide us a good roadmap. That doesn't provide us with a good direction of a path to follow, because we have no consistency.
When you say consistent, what do you mean?
I mean, if I date something using one technique, and then if I go and date it using another,
Tony, that's one of the reasons why I followed Katz actually in the first place, and actually why I started following Simon and Dan is, and watching debunkers anyway. Because obviously, I do learn things. Like I learned today, I didn't realize that the Grand Canyon could be aged via cosmic ray hits. So I do learn things, but mainly what I get out of them is, how can I better communicate? How can I better put forward my ideas in a concise and fun, easy to absorb way? And I think Katz was a master of that. In terms of that skill set, I think Katz is the best debunker out there.
other technique, I will get consistent results, up to errors involving sample preparation or using an incorrect technique. Because obviously one of the counterpoints that creationists like to come back with is comparing a potassium argon date to a radiocarbon date, which I discussed earlier is due to the limitations of radiocarbon dating. It's not a reflection on potassium argon dating.
Yeah, so if what you're saying is true, I'm obviously taking your word for it, but I'm open to seeing it. I think that would be a really good argument against my.
Are you really taking his word for it? Because what he's telling you is that the Earth is not 10,000 years old. And I don't think that you're taking him on his word. Something tells me that that's not actually the case. I don't know what it is, just a nagging feeling that you are not actually taking Tony at his word when he tells it the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Again, I don't know exactly in this 1 hour of conversation where I've gotten that impression, so I may be wrong.
My position. The data I've seen, which again could be biased, is that when multiple dating methods are used, they are not similar.
Really? Do you mean similar because the numbers don't match, or do you mean similar because they aren't consistent within their own error?
Is there a such thing as like a double blind test in terms of dating something?
I know you can have a single blind date.
If not, I find that highly problematic.
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this someone telling a scientist how they should do their job? Where have I heard that from before? Where have I heard what group of people? If you can think of it in the chat, please let me know. But there's a group of people that I know who are in no way experts in their field or in the fields that they are speaking of, that feel empowered to tell scientists how to do their job. Who the fuck could that be?
my answer was yes. The delay may have stopped that from getting to you. But yes, people don't know the ages.
Okay.
For instance, the laboratory that the Mount St. Helens result was sent to didn't know the age. And it's sort of, as I say, had they known the age, they would have said this is not the technique to use to get an accurate result. You're using a radar, an aircraft radar to try and detect a human hair. It's not going to work.
Okay, it does sound a bit circular to me, though. It's almost like we're gonna use the method of how old we think it is.
Well, but that's like measuring distance, right? you use the tool to measure distance depending on what level of accuracy you need for the distance. You wouldn't. I don't know how to say this any more clearly. You don't use an aircraft radar to measure how wide your cupboard is. You don't use a micrometer. Neither do you use a micrometer.
I am shocked. This is my shocked face.
To measure how wide your cupboard is. So we use different techniques depending on how far we're measuring. And this occurs all the time. I don't understand why it's such a problem when it comes to measuring age, when it isn't a problem when it comes to measuring distance. Similarly, time. We've got different techniques of measuring time. We've got hourglasses, we've got mechanical watches, we've got electronic watches, quartz watches, and then we've got atomic clocks, and they're working on nuclear clocks that will be even more accurate. We use different instruments depending on the level of precision we need and depending on how large a signal we're looking at.
The other thing I would add to that is, again, science builds on itself, and so because of the consistency of data that we have that asserts a certain reality that the Earth is old, then we are going to start using techniques that are appropriate for measuring things in that age range. We're not going to use carbon-14 to measure the ages of rocks because we have all of this other evidence that tells us that the Earth is old and that particular technique is not going to be effective, is that the results that we are going to get from it are going to be erroneous. It's not circular, Will. This is how science progresses. Unlike you, who seems to who seems to feel that they are entitled to an opinion on something that they have clearly not fully researched, admitted to not fully researched. Scientists do fully research the subject matter in which they are doing science. So the first step of the scientific method. Well, the first step is to observe a phenomenon. The second step is to learn as much as you can about the study of that phenomenon up to date. That way you can make a appropriate hypothesis of what is going on. And more importantly, you can make an appropriate strategy, an experimental design for physicists, an observational strategy for astronomers. You have an expectation of what is going on based on your previous research, based on the research that has been done as an ensemble, research that is self-consistent. You have an expectation of what is going to happen. And therefore, your methodology needs to be appropriate for that phenomenon. If I believe that for example, T Corona Borealis is a nova. It's, I believe, the closest nova to us. It's going to pop in astro speak. It's going to pop off anytime now. We know it a little bit better than Betelgeuse, but it's going to go nova very soon. In fact, either it can go now or it can go next week, but we highly anticipate that it will definitely have gone nova within the end of the year, and that it will be visible in the night sky. You will actually, those of us who are blessed with being in the northern hemisphere, will actually be able to see it in the night sky. So if I wanted to measure that phenomenon, if I wanted to get a precise measurement of that, the characteristic of that nova, I wouldn't sample it from, once a month. I would, because I'm going to lose a lot of information. This isn't the best analogy. I realize I suck at analogies. But my point is, I would choose the methodology that is most appropriate to the science that I want to test. I would measure T Corona at least once a day to see whether or not there's any sort of indication that it's going to blow imminently. Ideally, if I have the time and the resources, I would be on that thing multiple hours every day, just to see what it is. Because one of the interesting things, and I know I'm going off on tangent, but one of the interesting things that would be interesting to me is that, look, this is going to be a normal nova. It's not going to be a type 1A, but knowing what happens prior to the event is as important as knowing what happens after the event, because just prior to the event, you're talking about understanding the physics of accretion that are ongoing right before the onset of thermonuclear runaway. So having that data is just as vital as having the data afterward. My point is, again, we have an expectation of what is going to go on, what is going to happen based on the consistent data that we have gathered previously, and so we use the techniques that is most appropriate.
You brought up racemization, which is actually something I'm just
Yep. Northern Hemisphere for the win again. Yep.
very, very slightly familiar with. If they found unracemized amino acids in a dinosaur fossil, would that be interesting to you?
Before you answer that, Tony, I did promise you both at the beginning that once we've been going for an hour, I would just check. So, because I know you both might not have. How are you both for time before you crack on? We have been going an hour. How long were you?
I'm still okay for time.
I'm good for another 50 minutes or so.
50. Okay, so if
Yeah,
maybe I say we go to any kind of chat in about half an hour, am I okay to set a hard stop for that and then the chat can? Okay, Tony,
Yeah,
sorry
sure.
to interrupt, but yeah, okay, so half an hour on this then. Thanks.
Sorry, can you? So the unracemized amino acids. I'd be very interested in. I'd be very interested in how you distinguished between that and modern microbial action.
Okay. Okay, just so you know, again, I'm being told this. I can give links to it, but I've been told they have found unracemized amino acids in dinosaur fossils.
Well, that is entirely consistent with microbial action on your fossil.
Okay,
there are
so
microbes. There are microbes that I mentioned this when I was talking about radiocarbon dating. You can get microbial action inside inside fossils, and if you treat that material.
Okay. Squirrel. So, one of the things that I don't remember who said it, probably Einstein. He's very quotable. Love the hair. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Actually, no, I think that was Sagan. Anyway, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Now, in science, what would be considered an extraordinary claim? Well, for an extraordinary claim would be that the Earth is only 10,000 years old. So you're going to need extraordinary evidence in order to convince us that the Earth is not, because it is an extraordinary claim, because, and I cannot stress this enough, there is a mountain, pun intended, of evidence that tells us that the Earth is in fact very, very old, comparatively speaking, around 4.5 billion years old. And also, not for nothing, if you understand how the Earth forms, there is no expectation that we would find a fossil or a rock or mineral that was in fact actually 4.5 billion years old, because the Earth, from my understanding, was extremely molten. That material would have been recycled way before that material born at that time would have been destroyed, recycled, well before the Earth actually cooled. So, getting back, extraordinary claim. The claim that that the universe is such and such, is very young, is extraordinary. So, I'm saying this because I sense what's going to happen. I sense Will is going to basically say that that Tony is closed-minded, that he won't consider the possibility that the thing is young, that he's using contamination as some kind of excuse. Science acts in this way, in that, let's take, for example, the exoplanet discovery, debate, whatever you want to call it, is that in 1989, for example, there's that wasn't David Latham. So, technically speaking, the first exoplanet found around a sun-like star, this is a planet that forms in a stellar system that is not our own. And because we love aliens, we're always trying to find those Earths that are around that are around sun-like stars, because we have a data point of one. So we want to see something that looks like us. We look for some planets around sun-like stars. the first one detected was actually gamma Cephei. What is gamma Cephei A or Cephei A back in '89. But it was not confirmed because this is an extraordinary claim. The claim that there is a planet going around another star was extraordinary because there was no real expectation of that existing. And so it was rigorously tested. People threw everything they could at the wall to debunk it, because that's how science works, is that we need to make sure that what we are seeing is in fact what we're claiming it to be, not because of stellar pulsation or some kind of substellar component or some kind of stellar companion that is invisible for whatever reason. Sunspots on the surface, all of these can give a very similar observational signal, which could mimic the existence of a planet. And so it wasn't until 2002 that the astronomical community finally said, yep, there is a planet there. But it was first seen in 1989 because the scientific community was doing its job. It was saying that it was trying to debunk it because it was an extraordinary claim. And so here, and I could be very, very fucking off filter here, but if you were going to make the claim that Tony is being closed-minded and that he is postulating contamination as the result of as an explanation for these observations, that's because that's what science does. Is that is the most likely explanation, particularly with such an extraordinary claim.
Material as though it is of the same provenance of the fossilized material, you are making an error.
Okay, so is there a test that science can do to determine if this is the actual original biological material we're looking at from the dinosaur?
There should be some tests. You should be able to do extremely precise isotope signatures. Modern microbes should have isotope signatures consistent with their life path. That should be very different from the isotopic signatures that were prevalent in the times of the dinosaurs. Again, you are repeating these things that have been told to you, and you are repeating them in good faith because you believe that the people who presented them could not be are not inclined to lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
The simple fact.
I would go a little bit further than that. He is presenting them because they support his conclusion. He wants the Earth to be young because the Bible tells him that it is. Therefore, he is going to cherry pick what data confirms his hypothesis, confirms that notion. He has a worldview, and he's only accepting evidence that in support of that worldview. Again, it's right there. Who do I know? What group of people do I know that does the same thing? Man, this kind of escapes me. So no, it's not because he trusts them or whatever. It's because they agree with him. They are telling him what he wants to hear.
Fact is, they are and they do. And they may not even know that they're lying. But the test of this is, can you convince a body of subject matter experts that your results stand up to scrutiny, that there isn't some form of error that could explain this? Yeah, what you're suggesting.
Some form of error, some other possible reason for why you are seeing what you are seeing in these observations. Is it because these fossils are young, or these dinosaur bones are very young? Or is it possible that there is some other explanation? Science explores all possibilities, but it explores those possibilities first that seem to be more plausible. And until those are eliminated, or at least those searches, those explanations are inconclusive, those investigations are inconclusive, the original claim, the extraordinary claim, is not going to be followed up. It's not going to be held up as true.
Suggesting is not consistent. So we can also go to stromatolites, like stromatolites satellites, which are the earliest. Well, actually, we can go to organic carbon. We found organic carbon in zircons that are 4.1 billion years old. The difference being that organisms, biological organisms, have to spend energy to move atoms around, and they preferentially prefer to use lighter carbon than heavier carbon. So biological material tends to be poor in carbon-13. So I can present the paper if you want.
Water.
But there's analysis of a zircon from Australia, I think. Maybe it's Iswa. I think it's Iswa, Greenland. There's analysis of a zircon in which there's graphite inclusions, and the graphite inclusions are poor in carbon-13. This is a biological signature. And so I am bereft here because you said earlier, you said on your previous discussion with Professor Rob Parks that if evidence was presented of fossils that are millions of years old, or organisms that are millions of years old, that would force you to revise your position. But I presented that evidence, and instead of accepting that, you're coming back with, and the other thing that I think is rather telling here is that you can see you are a subject matter expert, but the only study of this subject that you seem to have done is to consult young Earth creationist.
Could that possibly be because he is in fact confirming a worldview that he already had? I think you know the answer to that, Tony.
Material.
Being
so you haven't troubled yourself to look at the scientific material, or familiarize yourself with it, or familiarize yourself with the arguments. And I find that disturbing.
Okay, I need to respond to this. I've tried to say this in the past, but I don't think I've been heard. I do not care about the age of the Earth. I absolutely, positively do not care.
Then why are you having this discussion? And the fact that you don't care doesn't matter at all. You're still wrong. Again, this comes from an arrogant position because I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry, Will, but it really does fucking matter. And your just dismissal of it is unconscionable to me because again, you have made claims of being someone who supports science and scientific endeavor. I would not be going at this so hard if you hadn't made those claims. But you did. You have gone after other people for being pseudoscientific when you yourself are pseudoscientific. What is it that this is important? So yeah, it may not be important to you, but is it important overall? But again, why are you having this conversation if you can? Are you saying that this is important because you are being shown that you are that you do not have the evidence to back up the claims that you are making? Possibly that you have brought a knife to a gunfight? Could it possibly be the reason why this is important? This is not important. You know who says that? Losers. Oh, this game isn't important. Fuck you guys. I'm leaving. This is why pigeons are really horrible to play chess with, because they don't think it's important. They just knock over the pieces and shit on the board. So, what the fuck, man? I don't give a shit if you don't think it's important. It's important to me. It's important to Tony.
I've said a dozen times publicly that I don't think this is a good issue to debate, and there's way more important issues to debate, and I will grant anyone what they think is the age of the Earth, that they're right, so that we can debate things that actually have meaning, in my opinion.
Then just say it. If that is true, if you will grant anyone the age of the Earth, then the age of the Earth is not 10,000 years old. It is around approximately 4.5 billion years old. Yet you do have demonstrated you clearly do not believe this. You have pushed back on this throughout this conversation. This is deception, which apparently to you is not all that big a thing. I don't know if it's self-deception or it's purposeful, but this is deception. You can't for an hour claim that there is make a positive claim of one thing, and then when you are losing an argument, take your ball and go home by claiming that this is not important.
So I unfortunately, Tony, I'm not going to be able to spend my time on the age of the Earth because I just don't care about it.
Okay, but and this is another thing that I have trouble with. You say that I am perfectly so you asked me, does limestone form quickly? And I said, I don't know. I'm perfectly, I choose not to have an opinion on that because I don't have training in it. I don't have evidence about it.
Exactly. Fucking exactly. Not a biologist. I have no opinion on evolution. I trust that evolutionists are correct in when they tell me about natural selection, but I don't know it. I really don't. I went out of my way not to study biology. I don't like it. If it's your kink, you do you. It ain't mine. I don't like biology. But I am in no way going to have the fucking nuts to go up to a biologist and be like, yo, that whole natural selection shit, and nah, it don't work. No, you're wrong. Because some dude on the internet told me you were wrong. So yeah, you're wrong. Having an opinion, fine. Have an opinion. But how about you just don't have an opinion? How about you admit you don't know, particularly if it doesn't matter to you? If it doesn't matter, then don't make the claim that the Earth is 10,000 years old. Just say, I don't know. Or, and this is something that I would accept, is the Bible tells me that it's 10,000 years old. Okay, great. The Bible tells you that it's 10,000 years old. Again, my problem is when you present this as scientific evidence, as scientific fact, or, scientific evidence. It's not. It is your opinion. Opinions are fine to have. Claiming that they are scientifically relevant is not. And that is important.
It's outside of my field of expertise. My field of expertise is the physical processes that affect the Earth, and not to do with geology. But why, if you're not a subject matter expert and you haven't reviewed the peer-reviewed scientific material, because understandably you don't have time, why do you not just say I don't know? What's wrong with saying I don't know when you don't know?
Sure. So there's nothing wrong with that. I say something similar. So what I don't say is I'm 100% positive that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old, and anybody else that disagrees with me is wrong. I never say that. I say I'm not an expert, but my current position is that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old, and that's it.
Oh, it's less than 10,000 years old. Okay. That's not what you do, Will. You misrepresent that. Because, okay, you may say that when asked directly, but again, this past hour and 15 minutes has demonstrated quite the opposite of that, in that you will continually bring up what you believe to be sound scientific evidence to refute the idea of 4.5 of an old Earth. So this isn't just something that you're okay with or whatever. No, you actually are debating against it. You even said that that Tony was begging the question when he was presenting evidence of this fact. So don't blow smoke up my ass. And try to boo this nice guy thing of, I didn't actually say that. I don't mean that. Can we just all get along and fucking go pick on some flat earthers because they're easier to pick on? Come on, guys. Like me. I spent money on you. Let's go pick on the flat earthers because they're easy. This is some roly-poly fucking bullshit.
I think that's a fair position to take.
No, it is not a fair position to take if you were going to, for 1 hour and 15 minutes, talk about why the Earth cannot be or is not 4.5 billion years fucking old.
All right, then my argument to you is, so Jericho, the city of Jericho, is 12,000 years old. Why do we have a city? And this comes back, we can
that fucking smile.
obtain this date in any a number of ways. The cats will doubtless be disappointed that I haven't brought up stimulated luminescence, optical or thermal or laser. There's a new one. There's laser stimulated luminescence, so we can use those to detect how long, for instance, pottery or bricks or other materials have been around, and we can tell that it's more than 10,000 years. Why is so? I'm not certain I understand the arguments here. Actually, I do have a data set that pertains to this. If that's okay, if it's not too much trouble to.
Also, this is important. Is that again? You might be right.
Is it important? Is it really?
You are making a lot of claims, but just saying Jericho is 12,000 years old is not an argument. It's just a claim.
See if you can keep up. Tony just said that this is that the Jericho is 20,000 years or 12,000 years old. I got some evidence. Would you like to see it? That is not a claim. Ron, if Sir Merton says anything else, kill him. That's a threat. You see the difference? That is not a claim. He has evidence to back it up. To claim that the Earth is 10,000 years old, or they state that the Earth is 10,000 years old, that is a claim. Again. Who is the group of people who are like, I don't make claims. You make claims, bro. You're the one making claims, bro. I ain't making claims. You're making claims. That's just claim, bro. Who else does that? I cannot remember. I don't know who does that, bro.
Claim, right?
Yes, but so again, the geochronological, I've described the geochronological techniques that can be used: radiocarbon dating, thermally stimulated luminescence, optically stimulated luminescence. I'm pretty sure that those are the main three.
Lisa, have you seen the movie? Oh shit! God damn it! It's got Ben Stiller, Hank Azaria, Mystery Men. If you haven't seen Mystery Men, it's a little old. Definitely check it out. It was kind of a spoof on, or it was a kind of a cynical take on superheroes way before it was popular to do so. Well, one of the characters, his superpower is that he is invisible, but only when people aren't looking at him. That just that reminded me of it. It's a good movie. I don't really like Ben Stiller, but Mystery Men is a good movie.
Why would they be so? It's understandable that. What evidence do you have that I'm wrong? Okay, let's turn this around. I can present evidence that I'm right. I know where to find it. What evidence do you have that I'm wrong?
Well, I don't understand your evidence, right? So, like, I don't understand why you say Jericho is 12,000 years old.
I should have made a fucking bingo card. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't understand your evidence. Therefore, your evidence is not right.
I've actually been to Jericho. I didn't look into the age. They claim when you're there that it's the oldest city in the world, which is pretty cool. But what evidence is being used to come up with this date of 12,000?
Well, again, okay. Let's abandon Jericho. Let's leave Jericho alone. Right. Let's examine something else. Okay.
Oh, all right. I was mistaken. I thought you had evidence for it. So
my screen.
Or not. I don't know.
Okay, so this is the field that I actually specialize in. This is relative sea level change. This was a phenomenon first discovered by Celsius. Actually, there were these things called seal rocks that were quite valuable.
Yeah,
and they were rocks that were just above sea level.
And hunters
would establish ownership of them and hand them down to their offspring. And he noticed that these seal rocks were actually rising in the Baltic Sea. And you can see this data elsewhere. You can see Paleocene level data, for instance, Bathurst Island, Beachy Island. You can see these paleo shorelines much higher, and this is in Gotland, Sweden. And what's happened here is that past ice sheets have been over these islands. The weight of the ice sheet has forced the land down, and after the ice sheets have been removed, the land is uplifted, and it's still uplifting today. This is a process called glacial isostatic adjustment. and it's a pain in the ass for modern sea level. You can see here, for instance, the evidence of sort of glacial smearing of these terrain features as the ice flowed across North America. Constraining the ice sheet, we can look at the ages of these sea level indicators through time. Now, it's important to note here that these make physical sense. There's a physical model that can explain all of these results in terms of the relaxation of the mantle and the characteristics of the load. But it doesn't make sense if somehow this has to be compressed into less time. If somehow these dates are wrong and everything needs to be scrunched up to the right-hand side of these figures, all of a sudden, nothing makes any sense. But the big point that I wanted to make is that there's a site in southern France, and it's a cave inside which there are cave paintings. Now, access to this cave in the present can only be achieved by scuba divers, because the cave entrance is underwater. My group was called in because there was a belief that these things might be frauds, because there was no Holocene high stand here. The paintings ended at the water, but we were able to show that you don't actually expect a Holocene high stand in the Mediterranean. So my question to you is, what's the age of those paintings?
I have no idea. Now, Tony, I'm not being difficult. I promise.
But at what time? No, I have a follow-up question, please. At what point in Earth's history was sea level, 30 meters lower than it is today?
I don't know. I don't have any idea.
But you can.
He was not prepared for that.
But you can see that it must have been. So you can see that these paintings must have been after the flood, because if they'd been before the flood, they'd have been destroyed, right?
I mean, most likely.
So they must be after the flood. Sea level must have been much lower, in accord with the physical processes that we understand from the advance here. So here's a plot of global sea level indicators from far from the ice sheets, going back 35,000 years. This is actually a paper that I'm a co-author on, and you can see we can tell when sea level was low enough for people to use those those caves. So we get consistent archaeological data with this data set. We can go and we can observe things in the real world that have people in them that are consistent with the geophysical data. Why is this wrong? Why is this not evidence that perhaps your timeline is out? Why does the Bible not mention the fact that sea level was 150 meters lower?
Okay, so the Bible doesn't mention most things. I have no idea. So you're right. This actually might be really good evidence. It's possible that young Earth creationists have no answer for this. I just don't know. I would commit to something, Tony, which is that if you ever debated a PhD young Earth creationist, I will drop everything and watch that, and I would love to watch that. I just don't know anything about this stuff. I do know that, I think mainstream science says that high mountains were once underwater.
I'm sitting here and I'm thinking I'm doing the exact same thing I've been accusing others of doing, of being toxic and all that. And, but and it's not an excuse that Will's frustrating, so therefore this behavior is justified. But this backpedaling, what I just don't get is he made this. If he had, it's the thing that I have such a problem with is that he presents himself in one way and then doesn't hold up to it on the other. At the very beginning of the stream, he's like, we shouldn't be afraid of being wrong. If I'm presented with evidence, I will admit that I'm wrong. He's being presented with evidence. He is not admitting that he's wrong. He's not even admitting the possibility, really, of him being wrong. He's like, I want you to debate a young Earth creationist PhD. Why? Because he thinks that they will be better at it than he is. I think he realizes that he is out of his depth. But does this mean that he is open to actually thinking that is he open that the Earth is not young? Listen to what he just said. He said the young Earth creationists would not have an answer for this. That's not how it works. When you say that the young Earth creationists should have an answer for it, then you're stating that position is the correct one and that they have to account for it. It is not the correct one. if you are a person who says that you are open and honest to being wrong, then that is not a position you should be taking, because that is, to me, saying that no, young Earth creationists, they have to, this is a problem that they have to address. I've heard Jaron say that. This is right before the vitriol got to him and he flipped sides, if you want to claim that. He was like, this is a data point. This is a data point that flat Earth has to account for, just like any other data point. This is, so I don't believe you. You have not presented me with any sort of evidence that you are in fact open about being proved wrong. So my issue and the heat, the vehemence is that you say things and then do the exact opposite of them. And it annoys the ever-living fuck out of me. It also annoys the ever-living fuck out of me because you hold a position of power. You are a pastor. You have a shepherd. You have a sacred duty to lead people to the truth, to lead people in Christ's steps. This is, in my opinion, so yeah, that's why I'm heated. Is he wants to see Tony debate a PhD young Earth creationist because then he could have better gotchas. He's not open to this. A Freemason is a Freemason is a Freemason, and a Jesuit is a Jesuit. More importantly, a Zionist is a Zionist, and the Earth is still not an object. Have a good one, fellas. A rose is a rose by any other name. Okay. You too. Have a good one.
Again, we're just trying to figure out the past, and it's so difficult.
It is difficult, but it is not impossible, as Tony has been attempting to demonstrate to you for the last hour and a half. We have solid evidence, pun intended, that the Earth is old. At the very least, that the Earth is old. It's not like you were coming at us and saying, no. The Earth is actually 2 billion years old. Or you're coming at us and saying, no, actually the Earth is 4 billion. It's actually slightly younger than we think it is, than what you think it is, or what the data is saying. You are claiming that the Earth is 10,000 years old. This is, as Tony just pointed out, this is not possible given the data that we have, given our understanding of physics, and given our and the data that we have. A young Earth is not physically possible. In the same way that it is not physically possible for the universe to be to be also young. Where was I going with that? Brain fart, squirrel. You have to come up with some kind of mental gymnastics in order to twist yourself into reconciling these observable facts. You have to distort physics. You have to come up with some, what if light was instantaneous coming at us? There is no physical reason for it to be. And the only reason why you want it to be is because you need that to happen in order for that data to actually make any kind of physical sense with our current understanding of physics. So
yeah, well, it is difficult, but if you use multiple analytical techniques and they get you to a consistent picture of what's going on, then conclusions that are at odds with those techniques become less likely. And as you accumulate more and more evidence of the as you accumulate more and more a larger and larger body of evidence, eventually the alternative hypothesis becomes so outlandish that it should be rejected. And I feel like I presented in this conversation which, full marks to you also for calming me down, because often when I lose my temper, I just go off entirely. So thank you for being so indulgent of the cranky old net. But in this conversation, I presented only a small fraction of the geochronological
Better man than me,
data
Tony.
available to us as regards the age of the Earth. And I think you need to sort of look at this. If you step back and you look at this as you would a flat Earth versus, I'm a geophysicist. I have more data about the shape of the Earth. I have access to satellite data. I do satellite modeling. I have a better understanding of gravity than any flat earther. And I understand, again, gravimetric observations are used in mineral exploration to determine, where heavier or lighter deposits are, and at what depth they might be found. So and my argument is the same. If flat earthers can't explain how that works, then they're really scientifically irrelevant. I believe that a lot of the experts that you cite are entirely well-intentioned, but their intellectual process is, I must preserve my belief first and science second. And there's an aphorism about that. Science revises its beliefs in response to evidence. Religion doesn't, and that's kind of where I think a lot of these experts are.
Cool. I'd like to respond to that real quick, and then maybe we can go to questions. So, a couple things on that, Tony. Like, I don't.
So, copium. Yes, and that's actually at the very beginning of the stream. I pointed out the two reasons why I think young Earth creationists are worse or more dangerous than flat earthers, is because there are legitimate PhDs who believe that the Earth is 10,000 years old. I have a book by one of them back here. He got his PhD from the University of Colorado Boulder. His thesis is impressive. I haven't read the entire thing, but I looked through it, and yeah, this is not a stupid man. This is not a man who is, bought his degree from some diploma mill. He knows what he's talking about. But for whatever reason, and in the book, he freely admits he is coming at this with the worldview that God exists and that the Bible is accurate and is a science book. And so therefore we have to interpret all of the data that we get in that lens, using that lens. That isn't how science works. That isn't how science is done legitimately. Legitimately, science does not have a worldview that it tries to fit data into. Now, again, there is an argument to be made that what about general relativity? We look at, we get these observations or whatever, and we put them within the context of general relativity. How is that not the same? The difference that I would postulate is that, or the difference between the two, is that with relativity or any theory in physics, if there is enough if there is something that cannot be explained properly using a relativity, then we note it, we accept that that is a thing, and then we try to come up with an explanation for it. And there is active research done to do so. Papers are published, findings are made public, things of that nature. There are still very many open questions in science. And yes, we do have the paradigm of general relativity being the most accurate representation of gravity. However, that in my mind is not a worldview, because that paradigm was established on data. That paradigm was established through rigorous scientific thinking, through rigorous scientific testing. God was not established in that way and cannot be established in that way because of his very existence, because of his very nature. God's very nature is metaphysical. He cannot be proven using science, and he certainly cannot be used as a proximate cause for a scientific phenomenon. So yes, there are sadly there are too many actual PhDs who believe that the Earth is young. And as Will pointed out, it is cross-disciplinary. So the guy I was talking about obviously was an astrophysicist or is an astrophysicist. You can find a lot of biologists, chemists. I think Answers in Genesis has, yeah, basically biologists, chemists, physicists, uh, geologists, all of them on their payroll. You can find examples of them all over the place. So sadly, and that is why I think this is dangerous. And this is problematic, is that these PhDs give this pseudoscience a gleam of legitimacy. You know, when people come to this, and well-meaning people could come to this, people can come to this who are Christians and who come from a very, shall we say, conservative viewpoint when it comes to Christianity. They'll come to this and then they will see this and then they will be able, aha, I have a PhD that I can appeal to. And so when they go to someone else in public, they're like, oh yeah, you got a PhD? I got a PhD too, baby. Let's throw down like Pokemon. So gotta catch them all. So that is why it's so harmful, because when we look into this, and Peter Markley, I'm pretty sure if you're watching this, you've had plenty of things to say. You know, I'm glad that you are not someone who is who hates the gays, who thinks that I am not Christian because of the viewpoints that I have. I'm genuinely glad to hear you say that. However, many of them are. Many of the people who think that the Earth is 6,000 years old, they have the ability. They have these claims that a woman's place is barefoot and pregnant. That their existence is simply to serve the man, to serve the big strong husband. That the gays are evil abominations that should not be given equal given rights. They shouldn't even be given the right to exist. And by that, what I mean is that people like Duffy, again, I haven't heard him say this, but people like him will say that homosexuality is a choice. When you do that, you are denying the very existence of these people. I cannot tell you how harmful that is. And so, to give any sort of credence, to give any sort of support to that movement or aspects of that movement is unconscionable to me. Because I'm sure there are biologists out there, probably Answers in Genesis, I haven't really looked, who basically state that homosexuality is a biological, the evidence that tells us that homosexuality is biological is wrong in whatever way. That has real consequences. Again, flat earthers, not all flat earthers are religious. A lot of them are. There are a lot of them who are, and a lot of them who also hold to these same principles and beliefs. But there are flat earthers out there who don't. I believe, and I could be very wrong, I believe Raichi is was one of them. I don't think Ranty is a evangelical Christian either. But young earth creationists, it stems from a literal interpretation of the Bible. And if you interpret the Bible literally, the Bible, I will freely admit, if you interpret the Bible literally, the Bible says some pretty evil shit. I'm curious if Will Duffy is married, because if he's married, I'm wondering if he kicks his wife out of the house once a month, because the Bible says he should. The Bible advocates for condones slavery. The Bible condones the killing of children. The Bible condones the ostracization and marginalization of women. Therefore, the Bible, taken literally, says some pretty evil shit. I believe God at some point, well, take the story of Moses. So I'm to believe that God literally did this. that the Egyptian people were so evil that their firstborn children, firstborn sons, deserved to be killed. Regardless of who they were, regardless of what they did, regardless of what their parents did, all firstborn Egyptian sons were murdered because God deemed it to be so, because the pharaohs had persecuted his chosen people. From a literal standpoint, there is no way to reconcile that as a good act. There is, in fact, no way to reconcile that as anything but an evil act. God created suffering onto a people that he created for no reason, or at least no reason relevant to the individual families whom he decided to take the sons away from. I am not one to state that one should question the motives of God. I think that questioning the motives of God is a fruitless endeavor. I believe that God is an omnipotent being, and trying to divine the wisdom and the motives of an omnipotent being is not something that I could possibly even imagine. Which is why I cannot take the Bible literally. Because if I do, that is some unconscionable shit, man. That is some brutal fucking. Oh yeah, and Noah's flood. Yeah, he killed everybody. He fucking massacred the entire world except for 8 people. And Noah wasn't exactly a great dude, by the way. Well, he because some people were fucking angels, he decided to put a reset button. He literally flooded the world. What the fuck is that, man? If not evil. So, back to my point. Stepping down from my pulpit is why I think it's dangerous. Is because a young Earth creationism has more of has more authority, if you were to back it, has a larger or shinier gleam of authenticity to it, but it is often tied to these, in my opinion, immoral, inconscionable belief systems that are evil. So yeah. Rachie is religious, but Ranty isn't. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I don't think that Rachie is evangelical though. But angels be hot, yo. Yeah, exactly. I honestly, I can't say no to that. I mean, just look at him. Look at those wings. That halo gets me every time. God of the Book of Esdras states that the gods of Egypt exist, that Pharaoh's sorcerers could do magic, and that 2,000 people wandered for 40 years with zero evidence. Yes, the Bible, when taken literally, says a lot of shit that, A, at the best of times, doesn't make any fucking sense. But B, is also fucking just evil. Oh, circumcision. Yeah. Why? I don't get that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Disagree with you on what you said. I actually think that it's part of our human nature to just have severe bias. I think it's actually very difficult to overcome that, and the people that can, good on them. I do think, though, Tony, that what you just accused young Earth creation scientists of, that I think it's possible you've got some of that too. And so I can give an example. Again, I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but just going back to these dinosaur fossils, when I hear you talk, it does sound like you are
I believe this pony only has one trick.
Already set in your ways, and it has to be other than what it seems. And so that sounds similar to me of what you just accused YECs of.
I beg your pardon? Like, so I'm not sure I understood that. Are you saying that the Earth seems young?
No, I'm just saying, I hear, when I hear you talk, I hear similar things that you're accusing young Earth creationists of.
Okay,
Being,
well,
of
again,
being biased.
sorry.
Oh, projection. Where have I heard that before? What group of individuals have I regularly, for reasons I still don't understand, interact with for the past almost 10 years now? What group of people is fond of projecting their own viewpoints or types of behaviors on the other side? This dementia is killing me. Holy shit. I just don't know. I don't know who they are.
And having a conclusion and really only following anything that would end up with that conclusion.
Okay, well, so science
That is not what he's doing.
Isn't an individual process. It's a group process. And 400 years ago, every scientist on the face of the planet knew that the Earth was only around 4,000 years old. It was a fact. Scientifically, that was fact. There wasn't a single scientist in Europe who disagreed with this. It was unthinkable that it was wrong. But we've moved from that position because the evidence doesn't permit it. The evidence does not permit that interpretation of the data, and you have to sort of distort and squint and twist things and say, well, we're not really certain, blah blah blah. The evidence relating to the age of the Earth is as incontrovertible as the evidence relating to the shape of the Earth. That's just a scientific fact. I know that it's not popular. I know that young Earth creationists don't like to hear that. But and we could admit, you come up tomorrow and show me an in situ hominid skull in the Ediacaran, and I will change my mind. Right? You show me you show me how and why every radiometric cosmogenic exposure age and amino acid racemization age is wrong, and I'll change my mind. But until you've got that evidence, I'm going to stick with where I am now. And you claim that I am unduly certain. I am as certain as the evidence warrants. And the test of that is whether or not my position is supported by other equally knowledgeable people, and it is. I'm afraid to say that
And the reason why his position is supported by equally intelligent people is because the data supports that conclusion. These conclusions, the data, independent measures, come to the same consistent answers. And by consistent, say it with me, the answers are the same within the error bars of the measurements.
the experts that you're appealing to are outliers who, in my opinion, have done some extremely shoddy work that is simply not up to scientific standards. And I have read, Russell Humphrey's work, Jason Lyle's work. I've watched Andrew Snelling's presentations. And it's I don't think that they would hold up in any sort of discussion with subject matter experts.
Katz, can you share my screen?
I certainly can. There you go.
So Tony, a lot of people in the comments are claiming I'm not giving any sources. So this is going to be a really good test. We're not going to do this live, but everybody can write down this link. This is going to be a really good test, Tony, to see if these young Earth creationists are lying to me, and they could be. And if they are, I want to know immediately. So a young Earth creationist friend of mine told me that this paper, which is obviously in the peer-reviewed journal here, states that there are unracemized amino acids in dinosaur eggshells. They claim that this paper says that that was what was found. And so I would want somebody that knows science and understands this stuff to tell me if that's true or if I'm being lied to.
That sounds like a great thing to dig into. I think I might do
Is
that
that
for this weekend's video.
What's the journal there?
See if I can blow it up.
PNAS or?
I don't know. This is
that
coming
Barter?
from. It's coming
Okay,
from
Barter it out.
The Philos Trans R Society, London B Biological Science. Whatever that is. Maybe they.
Okay, you got it?
Yep.
All right, great.
Wang. Can you tell that I grew up on Beavis and Butthead? Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right.
So it is looking at racemization of DNA. Okay. So, yeah, they do say what they're saying here is that if you get an insect and you entomb it in amber, then it gets preserved unracemized, and that's because of the lack of water. It says here dinosaur specimens contain mainly exogenous amino acids, which is their way of saying that the amino acids present in dinosaurs are mostly from other organisms. They're mostly a result of microbial contamination. So if they find that, so that claim is false.
Well, hold on a second. Sorry. Once you read the full paper and you go beyond the abstract, their specific claim was that it was found in the dinosaur eggshells.
Right. Okay.
But anyway, again, if I was lied to,
I am the great Cornholio.
I absolutely want to know, because that's possible.
Okay. Well, I think it'll be a bit boring for me to go through the.
Okay. Maybe someone in the audience.
Yeah.
Gonna get that paper.
Biology boring? No. Shocking.
And have a look at that later myself. That's my keyboard worked. I just while you're doing that, I am very aware of the time for you both. You did say an absolute max out will be 2 hours, and by the time you get your questions in the chat, we are going to be hitting that, which means we're going to be at your maximum time. So listen, can I just say, for both, I've got so much respect for both of you. Like I said, PhD Tony's been a massive help for me over the years, giving me loads of resources, loads of time. Helping me for debates and stuff. And Will, I know I only spoke to you first time a couple of weeks ago, but you've been so generous with your time. You've been a really cool guy to speak to, and I've got nothing but respect for the both of you. And what I will say before we hit the comments, Will, and I'm sure Dean will agree.
Fair enough, Tony.
You kind of come into the lion's den a little bit tonight, because obviously on this channel there is a history of kind of like going after young Earth creationism just as much as going after flat Earth and stuff like that. So you've kind of come into an audience which has an opposing view. So hopefully, please don't read too much of that in the comments. Don't take it up, but I would imagine when the comments come that you might be on the end of some questions and stuff for that.
All good.
Doom had to sneak off. I don't know if he's back yet.
No, I'm back.
Oh, right. Sorry, Doom. Do you want to take the questions section? I've done a lot of talking. I don't mean to drown you out. Do you want to do this bit?
Yeah, I can do. I'll do the super chats first. I will. I mean, you both know some of these won't be questions, but I have to read them out anyway.
There is one in there before you do. That isn't. Sorry, go on.
Just before we get there, I want to directly respond to this on page 82 of the article.
All the best people were, Lisa. All the best people are.
On the right-hand side, about 2 paragraphs down, it says this: the dinosaur eggshells were found to contain roughly 0.1 to 1% of amino acids in modern ostrich shells. However, the expected compositional changes observed during diagenesis are not observed in the dinosaur eggshells, in that serine was found to be much more abundant. In addition, all of the detected amino acids have low D to L ratios, and alamine is more racemized than aspartic acid. The presence of relatively unracemized amino acids and abundant serine in our dinosaur eggshell samples indicates that the amino acids are exogenous contaminants, which were added fairly recently based on the predominance of L amino acids.
Is that in that paper?
The paper. Yeah, so that's in that paper. So the authors conclude that the amino acids in the eggshells are contamination because they don't. You should see the different amino acids undergo racemization at different rates, and so you should see certain acids go first and other acids go later, and instead you're seeing sort of something that's not consistent with that pattern. So
I would guess. I would guess, without reading the paper and not knowing it, that they're concluding that, but that they didn't test for that.
I didn't read the paper, but you're wrong. This is why Tony's a legend, because not only does Tony know geophysics, but he also knows what all of that other nonsense was about. He knows himself some biology, which, not a biologist, not my thing. But I believe there is a law of flerfdom that reads any citation put forward by a flat earther actually proves them wrong. So, again, how is young Earth creationism not like flat Earth? So, brilliant. Yes, that is actually, I will agree. That is fucking brilliant.
They absolutely did test for that. They just described the test that they did. They tested this against Pleistocene. Pleistocene is from the last 2 million years. They took ostrich eggs from the last Pleistocene, and they looked at the amino acid racemization processes and the diagenetic processes that occurred on that time scale. And since the dinosaur bones are older than the than the ostrich shells, it would follow that they should be continuing along the racemization arc, but they aren't on that arc. And they are chemically distinct from what we see from other old eggshells. So they are not consistent with previously established diagenesis and racemization processes. So they did consider that alternative. And I think that again, sort of if this were a flat Earth conversation, I would criticize you for condemning a paper you haven't read and condemning it.
I'm going to condemn Will Duffy and say he is criticizing a paper he hasn't read. So there, Tony, I did it for you. Thank you, Lisa. Lisa for $10 American. No tariffs on this. Thank you. You, Professor Parks, for showing this video, but PhD Tony is a legend. No arguments from me. He deserves all of the accolades. Well done, sir. So, yes, Tony. Yeah. Also, I will say that again, better man than I am, because I have definitely proven I can't have a civil conversation with this guy. Because I can't take him seriously. And it seems that you could. Yeah, you got a little irritated with him early on. That's to be expected. But yeah, I would not be able to hold a civil discussion with this man because he irritates the living fuck out of me. Because he is so unaware of the fallacies. He's so unaware of how very much that he is like the flat Earth and how very pseudoscientific he is. And with the same, oh, I could be wrong, but really I'm not. You're the one who's wrong. I cannot deal with that. I just cannot deal with that in a rational way in this context. With flat Earth, fine. I am curious to know. I think that's what it is that, as I've stated in many, many times, is that I'm in this sort of sphere because I do not want to debate the shape of the Earth. I want to know why people believe the Earth is flat. More importantly, I would like to know the rationale behind how they come to that conclusion and why it is they think that the rest of us are lying or deluded or what have you. And so at the time, very early on, I was also wanting to know who they were. Who are the people who are engineering this falsehood? Who are the ones hiding the truth of the globe or truth of the flat Earth? With young Earth creationists, I know the answers to those questions, and that's what pisses me off. The answer to those questions is they're Christians. They believe in a literal interpretation of the Bible. It's boring, and I just hate boring. And two, I take it personal. You know, as someone who identifies as Christian, I cannot sit by and calmly allow this fucking bullshit to continue without getting angry about it, without getting animated about it. And as to who they are, you know, I think I mentioned in my conversation that we are the Satanist, that the heliocentric model is satanic. And he's like, or no, what I said was Whitsitt believes that the 24-hour sun was simply shown to them because God willed it to be so. And then Will's response was, no, only Odell or whatever that dude's name is, he believes Satan did it. You know, the they in this case are atheists or Satanists, which really either way, these are people that that evangelical Christians do not place in high esteem. They have a very poor opinion of them. They think they're going to be burned in torment forever, and deservedly so. So, and this is not a supposition. This is something I can directly this is something that I can go from point A to point B to point C. I can draw out I can connect all the dots and get a big, fat, bigoted piece of shit. This is why it fucking bothers me, is that with flat earthers, I am ignorant. I am honestly, I'm not as ignorant as I was. I think I have a fairly good grasp of why people hold to the flat earth ideals. I don't think it's because of Christianity. I don't think unlike what I don't think Christianity leads people to the flat earth. I believe that those two things happen basically the same time. They are not exactly correlated with each other. They are symptoms of a common point of view, or a common need for something, need for explanation, need for significance, whatever it is that's driving them. I think that explains why they go to flat earth and evangelical Christianity. So I think I'm getting more answers for that. I'm not going to go out and state definitively that I know why these folks do it, because I'm not a sociologist, not a psychologist. So, but I have my opinions, and I'll, for the most part, keep them for myself, because, whatever. I'm in this. That's why I'm in this. Young Earth creationists, I know why they're doing it, and I don't like it. I think it's wrong, and it's harmful. I don't care how well-meaning the messenger is. The message is fucked. And to portray the message as being scientifically viable is even more so. So not only am I pissed off because I'm a Christian and they're doing this shit, I'm pissed off because I'm a scientist and they're doing this shit. So on both sides, they're gonna, for me, it's double barrel. I'm pissed off because of Christian, I'm pissed off because of scientist, because this is all bullshit. Say it with me, kids. This is bullshit. I'm not going to pull any punches with that. I'm not going to pull any punches with flat earthers or whatever. I will say science skepticism. I will give them, to a certain extent, a reasonable benefit of the doubt, because I want to hear what they have to say. I want to know where they are coming from. I know where these folks are coming from, and it is not a good place. And it needs to be called out. It is not good from a Christian standpoint. It is not good from a scientific standpoint. And I will not stand for science, something that I dearly love, to be used in conjunction with a message of hate. Not on my fucking watch. Never. I am never going to back down from this bullshit of Christianity attempting to use science to legitimize a fucking hate message. It's not going to happen. Anyway, back to the show.
Methodology. If you haven't read the paper, then you're best advised to not criticize the methodology until you have.
I didn't criticize it.
Well, you said that in all probability they hadn't considered the alternative hypothesis.
I just said I would. I just said I'm guessing. So it's not a criticism. I just said I'm guessing.
Bullshit. It is a criticism. Don't fucking play namby-pamby with this shit. Fucking own it. Your intention with saying, oh, I bet they didn't do this, was because you didn't think their results were legitimate. That is a fucking criticism. Fuck.
It's just it's just important though, because you're the one that brought up racemization, and so it's interesting that
Is it important? Is it really?
we're finding things that are unracemized that are supposed to be racemized, and so I just think it's interesting. I think it warrants more science.
Yes, but we expect that result as we expect that result in contaminated samples. So if you've got multiple strands of evidence that tell you that this particular sample is contaminated, holding it up as though it isn't contaminated, saying we ought to it's not valid. They did consider the possibility. They were able to demonstrate why they concluded this was as a result of contamination. They have multiple strands of evidence aside from the racemization sequence itself. So it's okay. Anyway, I guess I'm done.
I actually am glad that you're taking the contamination answer, because again, we can't talk about it today because I don't even have it, but I'm pretty certain in the peer-reviewed journals, contamination has been ruled out.
Has he now? Has he? How much do you want to bet he's actually read these journals? How much? $1 billion? How much do you want to bet he's actually read the journals that state that the contamination that is stated in the paper that he did not read is wrong, has been ruled out? How much do you want to bet that he did this? Or and again, stay with me on this. Or could it be that he is simply repeating something that someone else told him? Or, and I know this is definitely a big stretch, he could be pulling this out of his fucking ass.
So are you claiming this paper isn't peer reviewed?
No. I'm not talking about that specific paper. I'm talking about contamination in general. There's now 126 peer-reviewed papers in the journals about original biological material found in dinosaur fossils all over the world.
Has he read any of them?
Yes, but all that indicates is that there may exist pathways to soft tissue preservation that we were previously unaware of. Well, no, it can't be consistent with the younger age, because the mineralization processes that have occurred in these fossils cannot occur on the timescales that you're talking about. And creationists can make arguments about various exotic high energy systems where similar processes can occur, but that's not what's going on here. Fossilization is a very well understood process, and it doesn't occur on the timescales that you're suggesting. It doesn't occur on millennial timescales. It's that simple.
I'm willing to admit that it absolutely could be contamination. It sounds like you're not willing to admit that it actually.
This is a bullshit tactic to make himself look like a reasonable person, whereas Tony is the closed-minded one. If he were a reasonable person, then he would have looked at the evidence that Tony presented and he would have asked questions about it. Because, as he has stated, he doesn't understand it. So therefore, if he were honestly looking for truth, then he would try to understand the counter argument. He would try to understand the vast amount of evidence that says that the Earth cannot be young. Fuck 4.5 billion years old. It cannot be 10,000. That is effectively ruled out unless you come up with some God made it look that way, or you come up with some bizarre physics that we've never seen before. People criticize dark matter. One-way speed of light. Where's the evidence for that, buddy? So this is a bullshit tactic. Trying to make himself out to be, this is not a nice guy thing to do. I am sick and tired of hearing how nice Will Duffy is. Fuck that bullshit. He lies. This is a proven tactic to make himself look like a reasonable human being, where his intellect, where his opponent is being the unreasonable one. Oh, I'm willing to say it, but you're not. The reason why he's not is because, as he stated, it is physically fucking impossible for the fossil to be that young. Are you not fucking paying attention?
Might be original biological material from a dinosaur.
This is not nice guy bullshit. Or this is not nice guy actions. This is polite. Sure, he's fucking polite. I'll give him that. Nice? No.
It might be. But no, that's not what I said. What I said was it could be, but that would only indicate a preservation technique that we were not previously aware of.
Exactly. He uses bullshit tactics to manipulate and to pressure. He is not nice. People need to stop fucking claiming that he is nice. He is polite. And that is a completely different fucking thing. And again, kind of doing the whole going back to black folks, I remember a shtick by Chris Rock. He was talking about the difference between a northern racist and a southern racist. He's like, I love southern racists more because they'll tell you they hate you to your face, whereas a northern racist will smile to your face and say, how you doing? And then when you're gone, they'll call you the word. You know, they will smile, they will act friendly, but underneath the surface, they're fucking hateful. This is not nice. This is polite. There is a difference.
Well, that's one
That's what I said, wasn't
possibility, but another possibility is that it's young.
No.
No, that isn't a possibility for the reasons that I just explained. We have this is like the see too far argument. One possibility is that we see too far because of refraction. The other possibility is that the Earth is flat. No, it's not possible that the Earth is flat because we have a bazillion other data sets that preclude the possibility that the Earth is flat. So saying that we see too far demonstrates that the Earth is flat is not sufficient. It's not. You're not meeting a evidentiary burden.
Okay, I will say this. I disagree that there are multiple pieces of evidence that the Earth is 4.5 billions of years old. There's only one, and it didn't come from the Earth. That I believe is.
I'm sorry, what? Asphincter says what? You don't believe. I'm sorry. I thought you were open to both sides. I thought you would take what PhD Pony is saying as fact or along with what you hear from the young Earth creationist. I assume that's what you said earlier. That's what I thought I heard you say earlier. And no, he isn't lying, and I'm fairly certain that he might go further than that. There is only one piece of evidence that says that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and actually, that's not technically accurate. The piece of evidence that I'm pretty sure he's referring to is meteorite dating, which actually states that the solar system is 4.5 and possibly even older, 7 billion years old. But all the other data actually says it's 4.1 billion years old. This is a deceptive tactic. This is a tactic he makes a true statement, but is completely dishonest about it. He is completely dishonest about it. Tony has already shown that there is plenty of lines of evidence that dictate that the Earth has to be old. You can quibble on the exact number, 4.1, 4.5, whatever. Again, that's where error bars come in, by the way. So you can quibble on that, but you can't quibble on the fact that the Earth is young. And I'm sorry, wasn't this not important to you? If it's not important, then why are you so sure that Tony is wrong on this? Could it be that you're fucking lying?
a fact. Everybody can fact check me on that.
But we can.
We have fact checked you. He fact checked you in the stream. Are you not fucking paying attention?
But the amount of evidence that the Earth isn't 10,000 years old.
That's different, and that's a valid point. But I'm saying there's only one piece of evidence that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and it didn't even come from the Earth.
Yes, but
It came from space.
But we can.
Again, that is deceptive. Triggered much? I don't know when you came in, Richie, but yes, I am triggered, and have already explained why I'm triggered. And honestly, trigger to me is not a bad word. I am an emotional dude, and I bring the emotion, particularly when I have to fucking deal with bullshit. So call me triggered. I don't give a fuck. Yes, he's polite. He is not nice. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, just ignore everything I had to say. Howdy, Richie.
But we do have evidence on Earth that the Earth is at least 4.2 billion years or 4.3 billion years old.
Yeah.
What are the oldest zircons? Also, I will point out that I work in the institution that provided the dates for some of those. In fact, we played a lead. Well, I say we. My school. I'm not actually a specialist geochronologist, but anyway, yeah. So we've got zircons dating back to 4 billion years old from the Jack Hills in Australia. We've got and as I was mentioning earlier, it's got
zircons, fake news. They think they're diamonds. They're not diamonds. Hoax.
Graphite, that shows sort of biological activity at that stage. But at an age of 4 billion is consistent with an ultimate age of 4.56 billion. It's not inconsistent with that, but it is inconsistent with 10,000 years. So your hypothesis is contradicted, and I don't understand this argument that and again, this is a style of flirt argument. You haven't shown me this particular style of evidence that I want. Therefore, I can, in particular, you haven't shown me a photograph of Earth with planes flying upside down. Therefore, the Earth is flat. That's not a valid syllogism. You haven't shown me evidence that the Earth is 4.56 billion years old. Does not allow you to come to the conclusion that it's 10,000 years old.
That's correct.
It's not a valid syllogism. And if you were in a discussion with a flirt, you would easily recognize that these are not valid syllogisms. And I don't think that you're approaching this discussion with the degree of impartiality you would bring to a flirt discussion.
Yeah, definitely. All I can say is this: there are hundreds, literally.
All I can say is this: he listened to not one word that Tony just said. Who else do I know who does that? What type of person do I know that will look like they are listening to the other side, nod their head, and then make a statement that illustrates that they are not paying any attention whatsoever to the point that's being made?
Hundreds of PhD young Earth creationists in all fields of science all over the world. And for whatever reason, Tony, they have arguments and they disagree with you on dendrochronology.
Well, you got hundreds. I got thousands, man. I got tens of thousands, man. The fuck? What the fuck? That has nothing to do with what Tony just said. And I'm sorry, but and I know I'm being hypocritical about that, but isn't there a fallacy about that? Isn't that a debate fallacy? Oh, I don't know, about appealing to a beggar in a Mott castle or some shit. I don't know.
They have arguments and disagree with you on ice cores. And so there might be answers to this, which is why I committed to you. If you do debate a young Earth creationist PhD, I will absolutely watch that and enjoy every minute of it.
Okay. So, but you know what they don't have an answer for? They don't have an answer for the snowball Earth. They don't have an answer for why there's 2 kilometers of glacial debris in Oman. They don't have an answer for cosmogenic isotope dating. I know. I checked.
Let's set up the debate and you can crush them. That'd be great.
Okay. All right.
Is that a segue, guys?
let's set up a debate so you can crush him. Do you really think that they're what? What? You don't want him to debate. You don't think he's gonna crush a young Earth creationist in a debate. You just think that he is going to do a better job at this than you are, because it's not important, apparently.
Guys, let's just jump in and.
I think so.
Are we to impasse still, or have we got some
No.
agreements? I don't know. No. Okay. Shall we get on to the questions then?
Yeah, there is one that
Yeah, sure.
I've started from Will from the final experiment account. There was one that he wanted bringing up. I'm sure you wanted that one bringing up. If we do that one first, because that's one Will specifically has to be addressed.
Yeah, thank you.
But I'll do that, and then I'll leave them all to you. Do my show.
Okay,
So you were quoting him. I couldn't find the original one. Sorry.
Yeah, this is from Clive Wells, which is important. So Clive Wells asked me this when I was stating that I really don't care about the age of the Earth. And the answer is yes, there are things that I care about. So some of the big ones are the existence of God. That's a big one for me.
He cares about the existence of God. Okay. You want to debate that? Like, I'm trying to understand your rationale here. You don't care about the age of the Earth. That's not important. But the existence of God is. All right, So are you suggesting that you are in fact open to the possibility that God doesn't exist? Or do you believe that God exists, and it is imperative to you that other people think that God exists? Is that what you're going? I think that's probably where you're going with that. My next question to you is, why does that matter to you? Why is that important to you that other people believe like you do? Do you truly care about them, or do you just want people to think like you do? That's an honest question. Do you actually care about them, or do you just want them to follow your rules? Do you actually care about unborn children, or do you just want women to not have abortions? These are the questions a self-aware person would ask themselves. So, again, I'm going to ask, why is the question of God's existence more important than the age of the universe?
And then Jesus is a big one for me as well. So Clive Wells, I am going to use a strong term for me because I think it's warranted here, but you are ignorant in.
Oh, heavens to Betsy. Oh my God. Oh. Holy shit. Did he just call someone ignorant? The fuck kind of pussy bullshit is this? I'm going to use something a little strong for me. Fuck off with that bullshit. Fuck. Where are your nuts? What the fuck?
Stating that there was no biblical Jesus. You can count on one hand at this point the number of scholars that deny a historical Jesus. It's something like 99% of scholars have now said that Jesus actually existed.
So 99%. That means, let's see here, and then less than 5% would be 1%. Pretty sure you can get the number of biblical scholars from that. I'm wondering if we could actually verify that bullshit claim.
So you're showing your ignorance. And another thing I care about, which I feel like, Tony, I kind of gave you a pass on, and I give a lot of people a pass on, but I'm probably going to stop doing that, is I think atheism is a non-starter. And so when we debate other issues, I'm giving the atheist a pass. I think the Big Bang is a non-starter, and I think that abiogenesis is a non-starter.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were giving atheists a pass? Were you now? A pass from what exactly? are you saying that Big Bang wasn't an issue before, or atheism wasn't an issue before, but it's not, but it is now? Funny. I would have thought that someone being an atheist would be important regardless. Why is it now that you're no longer benevolent enough to give people a path? Oh, great white savior Will Duffy. The Big Bang is a non-starter. Really? Are you going to come back at me with you know, one-way speed of light with bullshit? How do you explain Big Bang nucleosynthesis? How do you explain the cosmic microwave background temperature? Young Earth creationists do not have answers to these. Young Earth creationists do not have answers to mechanisms that require things that are billions of years old, or billions of years, other than God made it that way. I will be showing on Sunday that one of your prominent voices, Dr. Faulkner, doesn't agree with you on the one-way speed of light issue. He thinks he does not think that is a good reason. You know what he thinks is a good reason? Something called dasa. Basically, the Bible said so. That's why he thinks that the Earth is that the universe is the way that it is. God made it look that way. He's one of your PhDs that you're clinging to. So yeah, on Sunday I'm going to talk a lot more about that. On specifically, I'm going to be looking at answers of the people who run Answers in Genesis and their relationship with science, and why that relationship is not a good one. So no, Lisa, Big Bang, bad show. Bad show. Good theory, bad show.
I know I'm going to get in trouble here for quoting this, but who's the famous scientist? Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking said, this is almost a direct quote, that the universe can and will create itself from nothing. The reality is...
Are you fucking quote mining at me, motherfucker? Are you quote mining at me? Was that a quote mine? Oh, Stephen Hawking said it. Oh, well, shit. I didn't know, bro. Fuck. I guess I guess you're right. I guess the Earth is young, because fuck, Stephen Hawking said it. Who gives a flying fuck what Stephen Hawking had to say? You fucking quoting me. And you're not a flat earther. You're not a flat earther. Bingo fucking card. I got a quote for you. I worked with Stephen until he went crazy. That's by Penrose. Paraphrase, really, but that's by Roger Penrose. You might know of him. Stephen Hawking was a brilliant individual. But as you stated way earlier, people can be wrong about things. Stephen Hawking among them. Einstein among them. I don't give a fuck what Stephen Hawking may have said at one point or another, because at one point he was a determinist. At another point, from my understanding, and when he died, he gave up on determinism. He did not believe, and please, Clive, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Hawking gave up the notion of toe near his death. He did not believe that it was possible to know a theory of everything. So
if nothing ever existed, there would still be nothing today, which means something has always existed. And so that is the God, if I can use that term, of atheism.
You'll be at the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. I need some penne. Could you put in a good word? Because I could use some good penne. ZD. No, fuck that. Well, yeah. Put in a good word. I haven't had good pasta in so fucking long. Hold on. I think he's about to say something that's going to make my headache even fucking worse.
It's something like 99% of scholars have now said that Jesus actually existed. So you're showing your ignorance. And another thing I care about, which I feel like, Tony, I kind of gave you.
You're showing your ignorance, man. Your ignorance is my brother's ignorance can beat up your brother's ignorance.
A pass on, and I give a lot of people a pass on, but I'm probably going to stop doing that. I think atheism is a non-starter. And so when we debate other issues, I'm giving the atheist a pass. I think the Big Bang is a non-starter, and I think that abiogenesis is a non-starter. I know I'm going to get in trouble here for quoting this, but who's the famous scientist? Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking said, this is almost a direct quote, that the universe can and will create itself from nothing. The reality is, if nothing ever existed, there would still be nothing today, which means something has always existed. And so that is the God, if I can use that term, of atheism, maybe lower G God. And that something that's always existed to a theist is uppercase G God. And so, yeah, so I.
Wait a minute. Seriously, help me out here, folks. Is he saying that if the universe is infinite in time, if there was something prior to the Big Bang, or excuse me, there was prior to something of t equals 0. When you have t equals 0, there is something prior to that. Is he claiming that that is God to the atheist? That somehow the stuff that came prior to t equals 0 has some kind of divine something? Because no, that is not. Atheists don't believe in God. I don't know if you're aware of this, Will, but atheists don't believe in God. And to claim that they do, it's kind of insulting. I don't know. I can't speak to atheists because I'm not one of them. But I think I would be pretty insulted if you made the claim that if there were protons prior to t equals 0, then that was my God. Are you trying to say that because if there is something prior to t equals 0, that has to be in some way divinely related? Because I ain't following that logic. So you also, Will, don't seem to understand surprised, shocked face, that you don't understand cosmology and you don't understand the current knowledge and limitations of what our cosmological model states. But let's go with that. Oh, just give them a pass. So humble. So humble.
I think there's huge issues there, but that's not what we agree to talk about today. But those are issues, Clive Wells, that I do care about.
Okay, so I would point out just how self-defeating your argument was, because you dismissed Clive's position because only a tiny minority of scientists hold it. Only a tiny minority of academics hold it. Shouldn't you apply the same standard to young Earth creationism? Shouldn't you reject young Earth creationism because only a tiny minority of qualified researchers subscribe to it?
It's again, I see it a little bit differently. When you get to a point where you have, again, the existence of Jesus 2,000 years ago is very, very strongly established with evidence. The people that try to fight against it aren't making good points. In terms of the age of the Earth, I still see good points being made from the young Earth side, and that's why I still think I still think they have a seat at the table to have this discussion. So.
No, you don't think they should have a seat at the table. You will fucking agree with them. That is different than having them at the table. Just having somebody at the table, I can have Stalin at my table. I can have Mussolini at my table. Does that make me a communist? Does that make me a fascist? No. That means that I have two people at my table. I don't agree with either of them. You agree with young Earth creationists. Therefore, you don't just have them at the table. And yes, he is extremely judgy. And hell, at this point, I'm being extremely judgy. I will freely admit that. Should I be? I'm not real proud of myself for it, but fuck, am I angry? Fuck, does this bother me? Christ. Woo. Woo. I'm gonna need to be doing some praying after this. Fuck me.
But the subject matter, you just appealed to the preponderance of subject matter experts' opinions.
Sure.
The preponderance of subject matter experts' opinions in the case of young Earth creationism is that young Earth creationism is nonsense, and that it has no capacity to do what standard geochronology does. Rio Tinto is not out, one of the world's largest mineral exploration companies and mining companies, is not hiring young Earth creationists to do their mineralogical analysis. To me, it seems like you've got one standard for whether or not Christ existed. And I can see, I can see that you're right. The vast majority of historians, rightly, conclude that there was a historical figure, Jesus, that was the basis for the stories that are presented in the gospel. But the simple fact is that if your standards of evidence for that proposition were as strict as they are for the age of the Earth, you would not accept that.
Well, okay. I don't
one
believe
standard of evidence for the age of the Earth, and you've got a different standard of evidence for whether or not Jesus existed.
No, I don't.
And I think that
I don't believe Jesus existed because a vast majority of historians believe that he did. I was just making a point to Clive Wells that he's taking a very ignorant position when I think there's only 2 historians left that deny the existence of Jesus. That was my only point. I believe Jesus existed because of the evidence.
Yet you felt the need to, well, all right.
Okay. Doom, do you want to get into the rest of the questions? I'll leave it to you.
We'll try and get through these while Will's still with us.
Yeah, we are
okay,
pushing the time we said we'd keep you for.
Thank
you for staying, by the way.
Some of these aren't questions, but I will, judging by what I've just seen, most of them will. But for you, you probably already know that.
Here we go.
So the first one is from the Turtle Moves. Can you read that?
Yeah.
Nimrod, I agree.
I don't know what the question means about getting hung up. I'm not hung up on it. My understanding is that carbon-14 dating only works to a maximum of maybe 50,000 or 100,000 years.
Hey,
and so again, what I'm told,
50,000.
Okay, 50,000 years. And so what I'm told is that when we look for carbon-14 and things that mainstream science tells us are older than 50,000 years, we find it. And so that's interesting to me. Do I understand it? No, but I do think it's interesting.
Not only that, you're going to parrot that as the reasons why you believe on the Earth is in fact 10,000 years old. And if you so you believe that is true. That is what you believe to be true. Do not blow smoke up my ass and say, "Oh, I'm willing to be wrong" when presented evidence, because you were just presented with a fuckload of it and you dismiss it.
And I think we need to take that into consideration. And again, the reason some of you in the chat have seen this, the reason you're finding me being a little bit more difficult than maybe you'd wish is because it's going to take a lot for me to overcome the science community not being willing to do a scientific test that I was going to pay for. That affects me personally.
Oh, are your feels hurt there, Will? Because they didn't want to take your money? You are going to dismiss what the entirety of the field of science has to say on this? Well, vast majority of the field of science has to say on this? Because they wouldn't take your money? Where did science touch you when you were a kid? Did it touch you in the bad place?
Personally, because I was involved. And so it's going to take a lot for that to be overcome in my life.
Well,
Okay.
May I?
You know what the reason for that is? Fucking pride. Because they denied you, the great Will Duffy, because they denied you, you won't accept it. You know what that is? Pride. You know what they say about pride? It cometh before the fall. This is also one of the main points. This man is prideful. He believes himself to be a literal savior, and it fucking pisses me off. The final fucking experiment. It's not final. I could go on Discord right now and find flat earthers. Okay, some prominent ones said, you know what, this isn't for me. Whatever. That doesn't make it the final fucking experiment. And the fact that you have the nuts to say that you are going to, allegedly, I've only heard this, that apparently he's going to fund the final experiment that's going to prove a young Earth. What in the living fuck?
May I make an observation there?
Yes.
If they let you handle the samples and remove them from the chain of custody of the researchers and send them off to somewhere, the samples become scientifically worthless, right? They need a chain of custody. They need to preserve the integrity, so they're naturally cautious about whether or not they're going to make their samples available for what they would regard as frivolous analysis.
Mm-hmm. Well, we weren't asking for the samples.
Okay, but it's sort of the. Can you understand why they might be cautious about disposing of their samples in that way?
The only reason I can think of is they were afraid that they would find carbon-14 and that younger creationists would use that as an argument that dinosaurs are not millions of years old.
Yes, but I've explained why finding carbon-14 is not necessarily consistent.
Yeah,
there are multiple means by which a sample can be contaminated.
Yes, totally. So what I'm told is that there is in this space a preponderance of evidence, which is not just 14C they found, but also DNA, also unracemized amino acids, also blood vessels, so all of that.
Yeah. So the young carbon-14 and the unracemized DNA can both result from microbial and indeed soft tissue can all result from microbial contamination of your sample. So the fact that you find all of this stuff is just consistent with microbial contamination being a thing. So it's anyway. I'm sorry, it was your question. I shouldn't have butted in.
It's okay.
Right, I'm gonna try and get through these as quick as we can. Next one, Will, again, it's for you. From you, Amok.
Yeah. So I'm not looking for flaws. I'm looking for trying to understand the data, and I'm looking for things that don't fit the mainstream narrative. Okay, so I'm going to say something right now that I'm guessing most, if not all, of the audience doesn't know, and that's this: woolly mammoth.
Oh wow, he has some special knowledge to spit on us. Cook, brother, go ahead. Let's see it.
Mammoths did not have wool. Okay, I have no idea why they're still called woolly mammoths, but they never had wool. All right. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because everybody thinks that woolly mammoths had wool because of the name.
Sphincter says, what? Can I have a poll? I really wish I could figure out how to do a poll in this. How many of you, press 1, if you've ever thought that woolly mammoths had wool on them? Just checking. Because I never did. This is such a Trump thing to do. This is so Trumpy. Oh, yeah, everyone thought that. No, they didn't. It's just a straight up fucking lie. Or more probably pulled right out of his fucking ass. No one ever thought that woolly mammoths were coated in wool. Yeah, dropping that secret knowledge, bitch. Woo! I bet you didn't know this, but everyone thought woolly mammoths, wool, brother. Holy shit. Those Neanderthal motherfuckers, that's why they didn't freeze. They would kill those. They wouldn't kill them. Actually, they would shear them. You know how hard it is to shear a fucking woolly mammoth? Holy shit. Those motherfuckers are high. I mean, they's high. You know how long it takes to shear a woolly mammoth? I mean, shit, you have to do it quick, because if you don't, you're going to freeze by the time you get all that wool off. What?
and the unrandomized DNA can both result from microbial and indeed soft tissue can all result from microbial contamination of your sample. So the fact that you find all this stuff is just consistent with microbial contamination being a thing. So it's anyway. I'm sorry, it was your question. I shouldn't have started it.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Right. I'm gonna try and get through these as quick as we can. Next one, Will. Again, it's for you. From you, Amok.
Yeah. So I'm not looking for flaws. I'm looking for trying to understand the data, and I'm looking for things that don't fit the mainstream narrative. Okay. So I'm going to say something right now that I'm guessing most, if not all, of the audience doesn't know, and that's this. Woolly mammoths did not have wool. Okay. I have no idea why they're still called woolly mammoths, but they never had wool. All right. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because everybody thinks that woolly mammoths had wool because of the name. They're unwilling to change the name, even though it's wrong. And I look at this.
That was fucking better the second time. I think that's going to be the gift that keeps on giving. I might have to clip that out and put it on my channel. Holy mother. I bet you most of you didn't know this. Woolly mammoths, they were woolly. Also, hammerhead sharks have heads made of hammers. Yep, like Tile says. Planetary nebulae. Those are nebula made out of planets. Bet you didn't know that either. Woo! A black widow spider. Man. They are born with dead husbands. Or they aren't born with dead husbands. When I found that out, my fucking mind was blown, bitch. Bald eagles aren't bald. I know, but most people thought they did. Most people thought that bald eagles are in fact bald, but because of people like Will here, we're saved. We're saved from the ignorance of knowing that woolly mammoths did not have wool on them.
This as more science denial. And I'm going to tell you guys something else that's incredibly fascinating to me. They find fully formed woolly mammoths in the ice, which means I think that they were frozen very quickly, almost instantaneously. Not only do they find them, they find food that's not digested in their mouth and in their stomach. They've even found grass that has the imprints of their teeth still on it, which means it wasn't digested, which all of that means that they were frozen instantaneously. But here's the crazy part that I don't have an answer for, but it's going to blow everybody's mind. They found tropical flora.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this, guys? It's going to blow your fucking mind.
In the mouth of a woolly mammoth. Okay. Now, again, they didn't have wool. They're just mammoths. Tropical flora. All
so it's anyway. I'm sorry.
For things that don't fit the mainstream narrative. Okay. So I'm going to say something right now that I'm getting.
Mainstream narrative? Who else says that?
Crazy theory, but it's funny. Everybody's allowed to have their own theory. Not only do they find them, they find food that's not digested in their mouth and in their stomach. They've even found grass that has the imprints of their teeth still on it, which means it wasn't digested, which all of that means that they were frozen instantaneously. But here's the crazy part that I don't have an answer for, but it's going to blow everybody's mind. They found tropical flora in the mouth of a woolly mammoth. Okay. Now, again, they didn't have wool. They're just mammoths. Tropical flora.
Did you hear that? They didn't have wool. Oh. See, this is untapped comedy fucking gold. I honestly think this could be as funny as fucking Flat Earthers, to be honest with you. If he's gonna come up with this shit, okay. actually, no. What it is that they were flash frozen because of the Archangel ICL, he came down with his magic freezy powers, and he was a mutant. You see, he was part of God's school of extraordinary angels, and he had freezy powers. So he came down and froze those woolly mammoths because he was pissed off that they would call themselves woolly mammoths when they didn't have wool. Man, he was coming down. He needed a sweater. Fucking needed a sweater badly because it was the air conditioning was broken. It was just going too cold up in heaven. And he was like, I need a sweater. You know who would have a sweater? Woolly mammoth. I'm going to go down, get me some wool off a woolly mammoth so I can make a sweater. And then he found out they didn't have any wool. And boy, was he fucking pissed. And he froze those motherfuckers solid in an instant. Bet you didn't know that.
All these mammoths are found within the Arctic Circle. There should not be tropical flora in the Arctic Circle. Now I'm going to tell everybody what I believe. It's just a crazy theory, but it's funny. Everybody's allowed to have their own theories except for me. My theory.
You were allowed to have your theory. Not theory, opinion. You were allowed to have your own opinion, but you are not allowed to claim that it is valid scientifically. So, and I thought this wasn't important. So it sure seems important to me. Sure seems important to you, to me. This idea that all opinions are valid, that all opinions are equal, that I have this crazy opinion, you have your opinions, who knows who's right? It's as if it's a shame we don't have some kind of rigorous, formulated methodology to determine if a certain idea is correct or most probable. It really is a shame there aren't a group of people who have come to the consensus of how certain things should be done in order so that data can be collected and it can be analyzed in as an unbiased way as it possibly could. It's a shame that these people don't fucking exist. It's a shame that we don't have a method via which we can, I don't know, scientifically answer whether or not your opinion is in any way not batshit crazy.
Is that the Earth did not have an axial tilt in the past. And therefore, these mammoths have tropical and temperate flora in their mouths. And that a catastrophic event, yes, I believe it was Noah's flood, caused the Earth to roll. And that is where the axial tilt came from. And that is why we find them in the ice. So there you go.
Okay. So I'll move on to the next one from Mr. Jingles.
Another one for you, Will.
That's a really good question. I've never been asked this. I've never thought about it. But if I'm going to be consistent with my position, I would have to say yes. Now I've
never been asked this. I never thought about it. But I'm gonna pull some bad shit crazy shit out of my ass. Thank you, Will. Thank you. That is comedy fucking gold. You know why the woolly mammoths didn't have wool? Because there was no axial tilt to the Earth. And, God got pissed off because people were shagging his angels, so he just decided to flood the whole fucking place. And for reasons, the Earth got tilted. Who knew? Does the Earth precess because God gave it a swirly? I don't know. Yeah.
Admitted to Professor Parks that I think distant starlight is a good argument. Okay, I really do. And I don't think I'll ever convince somebody that it's wrong, but I do have a different opinion about distant starlight. But yes, Mr. Jingles, for me to be consistent, which I try to be, and to be honest, I would have to say yes to that.
Okay, we've got one for me and you.
So he does state again that the universe is 10,000 years old, but he's open to being wrong.
Cats.
Well, I don't know who Andrew Hall is, but if you know him, Tony, and you're interested, we'll try and get this set up. This one's involving you.
Regarding
Sure.
geology, yeah.
I'm not
Not a
a
geologist.
geologist. So we can talk. I can have a look at the what that is. I'll need to have a look at what the topic would be, but I'm not going to agree to a discussion or a debate where I'm out of my field.
Okay,
cool.
If it's something I can deal with, sure, I'm more than willing.
All right, okay. A comment for Will, I think, from one of your fellow country persons, Tony from Tequila.
Hi, Crafty. Great to see you.
Looks like a
Crafty.
statement, and I don't disagree. Opinions are not necessarily factual.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
The problem is you seem to be under the misguided notion that current science is an opinion. It isn't. It's not a fact either, but it's not an opinion. It is the best evidence. There's the best explanation we have for physical phenomena based on collected data using analyses that comport with physical laws. They are not opinions. Saying that the Earth got its axial tilt because it got flooded, now that's an opinion.
we just leave it because we've got so much to get through. Again, I think this is just a statement, so we'll fly through this one.
I don't regret this, so he's wrong. By the way, someone else predicted in the chat that I would appeal to miracles. They're wrong. Hopefully, when people are wrong, they see it, but usually people don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did he sound, was it me, or did he sound a whole lot like Whitsitt there? Real defensive. Oh, I don't regret this. I don't regret this. I didn't appeal to miracles. They said I was going to appeal to miracles, but I didn't appeal to miracles. Bro. No, I don't. And actually, I don't think he is going to regret this. Actually, I am, from what I'm seeing now, I am so glad, Tony, you did this, because he's no longer going to give us a pass. He's going to show his true colors. He's going to go out there and he's going to start talking about how atheism is wrong, how atheists are evil. How, if you are an atheist, then obviously you are a moron. He's going to go out there and he's going to keep going. Abiogenesis isn't a thing. Big Bang isn't a thing. He's going to join the ranks of Powell. He is going to join the ranks of Hovind. And I'm all for it. I'm here for this. So no, he's not going to regret it.
Okay. Another question for you, Will, I believe.
Yeah, this is a really good question. So young Earth creationists take issues with dating methods. I don't understand dating methods. I don't necessarily even understand why they take issues with them. But again, we are making assumptions. I reject uniformitarianism right off the bat. Uniformitarianism to me is taking a position where you're guaranteeing you're going to be wrong if uniformitarianism is wrong. So I think that's a non-starter. In terms of dating things, like I mentioned before,
So he's not basing his opinions on data. He's basing his opinions on whether or not he can be proven incorrect. That's not science. And
I don't see, and I'm again probably wrong on this, but maybe not. But just the examples that I know of, like if I brought a flower to Tony, could Tony tell me how old the flower is? I don't think so. We can't date living things very well.
Depends on the flower. Actually, many plants have growth rings, including flowers, in their root system.
Now that's cool. Now I would love, it would take a little bit too long. Like I would love to do it with a tree, because I was told at one point in my life, I remember this, that tree rings cannot grow multiple rings in a year.
you were also told that mammoths had wool on them.
Agree, Tony, that was once stated in the past? Okay, and that's false.
I don't think it was. I think it's a misrepresentation of the data. It tends to be one growth ring a year, but sometimes you get 0, sometimes you get 2.
Yeah.
And so it's. I actually shared an office with an expert dendrochronologist in Sweden, and you need an extremely exhaustive understanding of where the tree was, what the tree's growth position might have been, the water supply. These can all affect results from dendrochronology. So it is something that requires enormous attention to detail, and it's not simply a matter of counting one by one. It's more complicated than that. But again,
So again, and he prefaced it, I don't understand this, but I am going to state that this technique is bullshit. That you cannot use this technique. Again, if I were someone to use logical fallacies, this is called poisoning the fucking well. Like, oh, I bet you didn't know that this test isn't what they tell you it is. I don't know if that's actually poisoning the well because I don't give a fuck about fallacies. This isn't honest behavior. This is flat earth behavior. This is deceptive behavior, which apparently, again, Will seems to think is okay. Deception is not wrong, apparently, or doesn't always have to be, or isn't always morally wrong.
The sort of the advent of cosmogenic isotope analysis does allow us greater confidence when we're correlating dendrochronological data with other dating techniques.
Yeah, to answer this question, because they paid money for this, they need to get an answer. I believe the methods that young Earth advocates use to date the universe and the Earth is genealogies. And so some people might laugh at that, which is fine. But if I was going to try to figure out when my great-grandfather lived, I'm not going to go dig up his skeleton and try to use dating methods. I'm going to use...
You're not going to use a scientific method. You're going to use...
chronologies, things that family has said when they were born, when they died, all that kind of stuff. So I do think it is a valid method. By the way...
You're going to use word of mouth, which you believe is a valid method, because no one gets that wrong. No one is incorrect about how the dates and times when people were born and when people died. No, that's set in stone. That you can take to the fucking bank with your millions. So science, no. Science, it's so inaccurate. Who knows? But my Aunt Bessie, she's solid. I mean, she's going to tell me exactly how long Teddy lived.
9 o'clock Euro. I have an answer for you. Send me an email. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Okay.
I would make an observation.
Also, he didn't actually answer that question. He just said he believed in young Earth, how young Earth advocates date things. And I believe he said that he goes and he thinks it's genealogies and that he agrees with that.
That actually digging up the skeleton and doing isotopic analysis will give you a better answer, because humans had isotopic signatures in their teeth and their bones, depending on where they grew up and where they moved during their life. This is a common archaeological technique.
Lisa, I will say that I will admit this, or I would amend this by saying he is showing his true evangelical colors. I'm not going to say he's not a Christian. I'm definitely not certain that, but he is not. He is. This is why it hurts. People equate this man to Christianity, to all of Christianity. They believe that the viewpoints that this man holds are representative of all of Christians. They're not. They are not. At least not in my lived experience. This is why I'm so pissed. This is why I don't have respect for him. Why I'm not treating him with respect. I'm not treating him with love is because of this. Is because people will tell me that, Christians are evil. Christians are the root of all suffering in the world because of bullshit like this, what this gentleman is saying. And that's not what Christianity is to me. That is not what Christ stands for to me. So, anyway.
Technique. But anyway, go on.
Okay. Okay, the next one, I think it might be for both of you, but I'm going to put it to Tony first. If you want to answer after Will, and of course you can do.
Definitely going to
it's from IC Spin. How much of a factor is bias in peer review?
It can be a factor. Certainly my group had trouble publishing a paper for almost a decade because we'd submitted and we were presenting a novel technique for analyzing data from the GRACE satellite mission. And people said, look, this just isn't a valid way of doing it. Anybody who knows anything about GRACE knows that. And eventually we had to get sort of the head mission scientist to come visit our group, copy our method and apply it to data and then present that. in order to convince the rest of the science team that actually you can do this and you can get results. So it is similarly, a lot of my work on sea level change was actually written out of some of the out of a few of the IPCC reports because of bias on the part of the editor.
Yeah, I do.
Rival group.
Yeah, I do think
No,
there's
that's okay.
bias in the peer review system. I've been told by young Earth creationists that their stuff is not published because they're young Earth. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, that's not going to be a good look.
So I will agree with Tony on this, is that I've seen some pretty egregious examples of bias, but I've only really seen this when you were talking about something that is cutting edge. Because when you're talking about new research, either a new methodology or a new field, like exoplanets, for example, or optical IR interferometry, these are new fields. These are not well understood by a whole lot of people. So you have only a very select small pool of people you can select to be a referee for any particular paper. And in some cases, because you don't want to select someone who is in the same research group as where the paper is coming from, you have to go to a competing research group. And so, yeah, bias can definitely creep in that way. Also, if it's a cutting edge methodology, then the person reviewing it may in fact not be the expert in it and may not understand it. And as is definitely well seen in Flat Earth and the YEC communities, if you don't understand it, it's not real. I don't get it, it ain't a thing. So yeah, there is bias within peer review, but in certain circumstances, again, when you're talking about something new, either from a subject matter standpoint or from a scientific methodology standpoint, bias can be more significant than I would certainly like. When it comes to young Earth, no. If there is a bias, it's because the data that they're presenting or the conclusions that they are making in their paper are not compatible, or there's something wrong with the methodology. So until you can come up to me with an actual piece of evidence that says this paper was rejected simply because it said that the Earth is young and not because of a whole host of other reasons for it that are scientifically valid, then all you are doing is just maligning the process.
Crow just put in the comments he wants me to speak with Apologia. I've spoken to Apologia multiple times. In my opinion, he's not an honest, fair player. I'm going to tell everybody something crazy right now, which I can prove. I have the email. I talked to Apologia, and then when the show went up on YouTube, I had a speech impediment. I kid you not. You guys have heard me talk for hours. On Apologia, I had a speech impediment. I had no idea what caused this. I emailed him, called him out on it, and he admitted that he ran my audio through some sort of an AI filter. He didn't tell me anything about it. He tried to claim that he did it to make me sound better. I don't need that. And people in the comments were making fun of me for having a speech impediment. So I consider Apologia a dishonest player.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did they hurt your feels because they made you look like you had a speech impediment? So nothing about the quality of the actual content, the actual substance of the debate. He is not honest because he made you look like you had a speech impediment. Right. Again, it hurt your feels, so you're gonna take your ball and go home.
Could that possibly be explained by an error on his part, or you're attributing it to malice? Is it possible that he made a sincere mistake?
It is definitely possible that he made a mistake. I feel like that
Yet he is dishonest.
I do feel like he did it intentionally, but again,
I don't know, but I think he did it intentionally. Yeah, that's definitely someone a unbiased, honest person would. That's a position an unbiased person would definitely take.
He admitted, he's like, oh yeah, I ran your audio through an AI filter.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned something. You mentioned something earlier about bias in peer review. It can be a problem, but ultimately you expect science to correct it. Now,
Correct.
Young Earth creationists claim that they're being filtered for being Young Earth creationists. This would be indistinguishable from their scientific methods being not up to standard. they can claim that they're being filtered, whereas the scientific institutions are just trying to preserve the integrity of their publications. On the other hand, when non-young Earth creationists try to publish criticisms in young Earth creationist articles, those corrections are never published.
That's terrible.
And they won't come out. They won't come out and say we're not going to publish this. They'll just make the one guy was stuck in there for 2 years with a response, where the author of the paper he was criticizing was one of the editors on his criticism of the paper, which is entirely inappropriate.
That's
So
horrible.
yes, but peer review is not a perfect system. It's just the best we have at the moment. If there are problems with it, we have to revise those problems and we have to move forward. It's not a perfect system. If you've got a better system, we can sort of please let us know, because we're keen for one.
I agree with Tony on
Okay.
that.
This next one, not a question, probably more of another statement from Cygnus at TSP. It's for you if you want to comment. Well, if you want me to move on, I can move on.
I agree with him. We can move on.
Was that Ruhif? Are you talking about peer review? Peer review was Icy Spin. Here, let me do this. There will never be a perfect system. Yeah, we're humans. We ain't perfect. Any system we devise is not going to be perfect. And the peer review process can be improved. I am definitely an advocate that the peer review process does need to change. Do I think the peer review system is so flawed that I cannot have faith in it? No, I don't believe that. Because while individual papers can get through, while bad science can slip through the cracks, as it were, such as the paper that equated vaccines with autism, as Tony pointed out, science self-corrects, because there will always be other papers that will either confirm or refute any paper that comes out. And if it's truly bad science, then there are going to be a lot of papers that refute it. So, was talking about, was that Rufu? I was talking about a correction to a paper being stuck. Oh, okay.
If there are problems with it, we have to revise those problems and we have to move forward. It's not a perfect system. If you've got a better system, we can sort of please let us know, because we're keen for one.
Okay. This next one, not a question, probably more of another statement from Cygnus at TSP. It's for you if you want to comment. Well, if you want me to move on, I can move on.
I agree with him. We can move on.
Okay.
Not cool to bring up.
Okay, another one from
alleged
you are mocked.
sister.
For you again, Will.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to do this. It's difficult because I'm, on one hand, telling you guys I'm open to changing my mind, but on the other hand, I'm telling you that I'm not willing to spend time researching it. So I feel the frustration that you guys have, but I do.
Do you feel the hypocrisy, though? Because that's more important.
I would rather debate other things like the existence of God, abiogenesis.
How about this? How about if you actually either don't claim to be open to being wrong, or you actually research the subject? That to me is much more valuable to you as a human being, as to anyone as a human being, is being consistent in your messaging, is being in that you say one thing and you do something completely different. And I'm feeling it now myself, because I have gone on length at saying that we should treat people with love, treat people with respect, and I'm not doing that here. And I will own that, and I will try to do better in the future. But would it not be better for you to pick a side, either actually be open, or just don't say that you would be? It's fine. For my money, I would have more respect for you if you said, no, I am not open to being wrong on this. I am absolutely wrong, or I am absolutely right on this. That to me is honest. That to me, you have the integrity to say, no, I'm not open to this, as opposed to saying that you're open, but actually doing nothing to be open, nothing to seek truth. This is the problem I have with truth seekers, is that they aren't seeking truth. They think they already know it. They know what is true. There's no seeking involved. What they're doing is that they are seeking to destroy anything that happens to disagree with what they quote unquote know. And that is one of the problems with that I have. That is yet another problem with them calling this science, is that science never says, I know it, I'm done. You know what? I know everything that there is to know about this. Fuck it, I'm out. And that's what young Earth creationists seem to do to me, and flat earthers, is that they know it's flat. Okay. Nothing more to see here. It's flat. Whatever. Don't need to ask any more questions. The universe is 10,000 years old. Yep. All right, cool. Don't need to ask any more questions. I don't see anything in the Answers in Genesis that basically states that postulates, okay, given that the universe is, or given that the earth is 10,000 years old, what is that implication? And what does that have to do with, or how does that affect, I don't know, how to find minerals in places, or, ask new questions. What are the implications of it? And what are the implications, and how do we find the answers to those questions? What I see is that their energies are always directed to attacking the naysayers, of one, trying to illustrate, hey, yes, we do have the proof, or look, your methodology is flawed. I don't see active research. I don't see positive research. It's always either a defensive position or an offensive one in terms of negating the science that is already out there.
Genesis, did Jesus rise from the dead? All those kinds of things. So,
okay. I'm going to quickly move it on. You might have had a response there, Tony, but I'm just going
I may, in fact, be the anti Will Duffy, in that none of those, the other things that he mentioned, the existence of God, the resurrection of Christ, all of that, I'm not interested in debating those, because those are pretty settled for me. I believe them to be true, and yeah, it's an irrational belief because it's a belief. I'm not going to try to prove it to anybody, because because that's not the point. And so those aren't important questions to me. What is important to me is, how do I act in accordance to my relationship with God, and how I understand that relationship through the reading of the Bible and other theologians. That is what's important to me, not whether or not God exists. I'm not interested in having that discussion, because it's not fruitful for me. It truly does not interest me in that. And I will state, I am not willing to learn. I'm not willing to change my position on this. No one is going to logic me into believing that God doesn't exist. So, yeah, see, Will, that's what I'm talking about. Take it or leave it. People can criticize me or not for not being open to being logicked into whether or not God exists or not. But I will freely admit, I'm not interested in that. And so that's why it's not an interesting question to me. And it is curious to me why it is an interesting question to you. And yet, when you came into the sphere, you're talking about what can scientifically be shown and all this kind of stuff. But when we talk about the age of the universe, which is in fact a very relevant scientific question, that doesn't interest you. You'd rather talk about whether or not Jesus rose from the dead. Personally, I would rather talk about the implications of him rising from the dead, or the implications of why the Bible tells us that this to happen. But apparently isn't what you're interested in talking about.
I'm gonna put this one down and dive in. One from ZH Kane.
Because again, you're not interested in having a discussion. You're interested in trying to make people conform to your own belief system.
Wants to know what your favorite dinosaur is, Will.
I don't have one.
Simple answer.
You don't have a fucking favorite dinosaur? What is wrong with you? Me, Stegosaurus. I just, how do you not have a favorite dinosaur? That's like saying you don't have a favorite Pokemon. Pseudo-Wudo for the win. Like, what? How do you not have a favorite dinosaur? Man is nuts. NVTS nuts.
Do you have a favorite dinosaur, Tony?
Well, my favorite dinosaur as a kid was the Dimetrodon, and I'm heartbroken that it's actually not a dinosaur. It's so yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Everyone's got a favorite dino, even if it isn't actually a dino. Everyone's got one. So, Theosaurus Rex. There you go. Iguanodon. See, everyone's got a favorite dino. Is this man human? I don't know. This, you know what, Clive? I think I found your alien. It might be right there. How do you? Only an alien would not have a favorite. It's like saying you don't have a favorite animal. I mean, to me, that's kind of hard because there are so many. For me, it's bear. I love me some bears. I would be alone in the woods with a bear. Have been alone in the woods with a bear. I love me some bears. But red pandas, I mean, look at that face. Red pandas are awesome. And then, of course, there is the all holy cat. I loves me some cats. So there you go. Alien. Gotta be. Fucking alien.
So now I'm going to have to go with the Ankylosaurus. So that's my favorite.
Third on my list. Triceratops is second.
Okay. Actually, we have got a question specifically for you, Tony, from No F's Given. Do you still hate books?
No, I don't hate books. I just hate
It's
some
literature.
books, in particular those written by H.P. Lovecraft and J.R.R. Tolkien. Don't work.
You don't like Lovecraft? How did I not know this? See, I will. All right. So let's get to something more important. I'm with you on Tolkien. Tolkien, I don't understand why people love Tolkien. He's boring as shit. He does nothing for me other than to put me to sleep. Lovecraft, I've only read one thing by Lovecraft, and that was the short story Rats in the Walls, and that freaked me the fuck out. It is the only piece of literature or anything that I've ever read that legitimately freaked me out. Like Poe is close. Some of the Poe, like the Telltale Heart, that's fucking creepy. That one got me a little bit. Rats in the Walls, though, I don't know what it was about it, but Rats in the Walls, it got in there and it freaked me out. So, you don't like Lovecraft? Interesting. All right. At some point, we gotta chaw on that one.
Work for me. So that's
Right. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I read that one story. I'm like, nope. I also, granted, it's an adaptation, but I saw the Mouth of Madness with Sam Neill. Nope. Right out. Nope. Sam Neill is an underrated horror genius, by the way. Just putting that out there.
that's where that comes from.
Okay.
My disdain for bad literature is infamous.
Just like music, literature, and can be very divisive.
Mhm.
Next one from our Jim Broughton, who basically wants to know what if God was one of us, and we all know that.
Was he on the bus with us? What would you? Oh, man, I can't remember that song.
It's a song.
It's a good song.
Does anyone want to answer that? Or
Song was done by Osborne. Anyway, the person who did that song, skip her first album. There's some really good tunes on that, but she actually has shifted into like into jazz and lounge singing, and wow, yeah. Jody, nah, I can't think of it. Osborne, something like that. It'll come to me. Anyway, whoever did that song, check out her later stuff. It's way better.
Oh, shall I move on?
Well, I just don't think that the Christian conception of God is consistent with God being human in that sort of
Human.
sense.
Yeah.
Though this is thorny theological territory because Jesus was both human and God, and but if we dwell too long upon this, we're going to have a schism, and people in the Crusades and all that sort of stuff.
People nailing shit to
Okay,
wall.
General E. Shady just put this in. I can't remember seeing there was any results of this. They might have taken their own poll. Did you notice that, Kat?
I didn't notice that. So no.
Well, we can't go into that. So next one again from ZH Kane. I believe that might be for you again, Will.
Hey, $10.
Never thought about it. No idea. By the way, salt water is an interesting argument. Trying to figure out, talking about the age of the earth and in terms of how much salt we find in the ocean. But I have no idea. I would presume that the flood was mainly freshwater.
Okay.
Why? Also, Noah, the ark, taking that literally, where are the fishes? Did Noah not take fishes onto the ark? And if he didn't, then isn't that question very relevant? Because, saltwater fish don't really live very well in freshwater fish, particularly not 40 days. So what this guy
Next one from Gary Lowe
does
again.
and does not think is important.
Yeah. So the person asking this, I'm not listening at all. I'm just struggling to figure out what to do when I listen to one person who's a PhD say one thing and then Tony who's a PhD say another thing. That's the difficulty of.
No, that is not the difficulty, because you have obviously shown that you will listen to the one that you agree with from a philosophical, theological standpoint, and you won't to the person whom is an atheist who does not share your religious viewpoints. It's as simple as that.
Trying to come to a conclusion.
We're not seeking truth.
If you, Gary, or someone else
conclusion.
was listening to, a PhD young Earth creationist explain their thoughts on ice cores, you're probably not going to listen to them. And I could ask you this exact same question. They get paid. They have a PhD. So again, it comes down to the evidence. When you have what I would say is conflicting ideas and theories, you got to decide where you want to go. So
it is not about the evidence for you, because again, Tony has demonstrated there is a mountain of evidence that supports that the earth at the very least cannot be young, and you are ignoring it. That you are not considering it. So be honest. Be honest. You are not trying to be objective and, hear both sides. You believe one thing and you are not willing to give that up unless something drastic changes. I don't know what that thing is. I don't even think you would know what that is, because that would take a certain self-awareness that you do not possess. But please stop with this whole, I'm just asking questions, I'm open-minded bullshit. You are not fucking open-minded. Evangelical Christians are some of the most closed-minded motherfuckers I have ever met in my entire fucking life.
Okay.
I would suggest actually that both question and Will's answer are based on a misconception. You should not listen to individual points of view. Individuals saying things is not a basis for assessing the evidence. The scientific community and the scientific process is not in general driven by individual opinion or individual interpretation. It's the group, it's the process itself. It's larger than any one person. I could be delusional, I could be mistaken. I was mistaken when I said that the Earth is only 3.56 billion years ago. I misspeak. I'm not infallible. You should not trust an individual. You should look at the available scientific evidence in broad strokes and familiarize yourself with it and come to a conclusion then. I don't think that listening to one person is the way to go in any of this, and I'd argue against it.
Which is why I find quote mining so fucking annoying. Because, this one person said it, well, then it's got to be true. No. I don't give a shit what one person has to say in this realm. Not really. I'm interested in papers. I'm interested in what they publish. And generally speaking, in actual fact, if it's a single author paper and it's not a review, I probably won't read it because that smells like crank to me. If you can't get someone else on board with this idea and work with you on it, more than likely the idea is not worth working on or not worth considering. So I don't, even when I look at a paper, I'm not taking one person's word for it. I'm taking the research group's word for it.
I like that.
Another one from you, Mopped. I might have lost the context for this, Will. I don't know if it means anything to you.
Yeah, it's a bit of an inside joke, I guess.
Do you want to give an
Therefore,
answer?
everything you say is wrong. Well, everything.
Yeah, yes.
You could say that the sky is blue, and we wouldn't believe you because you had chroma key on.
Hey,
We know.
Yeah. Hey, Katz, I want to thank you for hosting. Tony, I want to thank you for doing this. I do want everybody to know that I am seriously considering doing something TFE style for the Age of the Earth.
But there you go.
I think it's needed. I think it would be great. My wife is not on board.
Good for her.
So we'll see what happens. But a lot of people have asked for that. And I do think we could do something that would be pretty definitive. So it is in my mind.
Do you? Have you read the literature? Oh, wait a minute. I already know the answer to that question.
And it might come to fruition one day. So
That'll be amazing.
Okay, well, I certainly have that. Thank you, Will, for your for being here, and thank you for sort of your equanimity even when I was losing my shit. Yeah, it's always a pleasure to talk to you.
awesome. All right. Good night, everyone.
Ooh. Well, I've been going at this for 4.5 hours. Not my intention, but hey, some people are still with me. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know about mathematics. Y'all are weird. No judgment. No judgment. You're weird. I don't understand it. So I don't understand how mathematics research works. So, yeah, but no judgment. It's a thing. I trust you. So, yeah. But in astronomy and physics, a single author paper is a good indication there's crankitude happening. Not always. I believe Einstein's papers on relativity were single author, but it is. But in my lived experience, stay away from the first author papers unless it's a review of a subject. All right, guys. I seriously need to get some water. I have been out of water for hours and I am parched. So, yeah, this stream is definitely giving me a lot to think about in terms of my. I think the young Earth creationism is dangerous. I think it is dangerous rhetoric because it is tied to hateful rhetoric. It presents itself as something that is reasonable. It presents itself as something that is scientifically verified, neither of which is true. Morning, Eric. And I find these to be deeply problematic. I have been told that Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, is in fact a young Earth creationist. I haven't actually verified this yet. If it's true, well, actually, you know what? I criticize them for doing it. Let's see what is Mike Johnson a young Earth creationist? All right, according to New York Magazine, genustar.org, and New York Magazine.com, and genustar.org. Mike Johnson is a young Earth creationist. He has close ties to the evangelical young Earth creationist movement, which holds that the Earth is only 6,000 years old and that early humans coexisted with dinosaurs. Another in the Huffington Post, there's an article apparently Mike Johnson helped put creationism in Louisiana schools. So, yes, this is, and I'm just going to beat the fuck out of this horse. This is why young Earth creationism is worse than flat Earth. For the love of God, if we get a flat earther in the third highest office in the land, we are fucked. Like, something is fucked. If the person who is third in line to the presidency believes the earth is flat, I think we can all agree that something is fucked. But now we have someone who thinks the earth is 6,000 years old, which is equally batshit. He is third in line to be president. It is far worse than flat earth. Why? The reason why, one might argue that flat earth is worse or whatever is, it's not worse, it's easier. Quote, Will Duffy, it's easier to debunk. It's easier to point out where they're going wrong. But it doesn't make it worse. The impacts of flat earth. If someone believes the earth is flat, okay, I question their ability to think critically. When someone thinks the earth is 6,000 years old, I question their motives, because it's driven by something that, in my experience, is not good. It's driven by evangelical fervor, which holds hateful ideas. So, yes. And like I said, I will continue to beat the drum about this, to try to get people to start taking this shit more seriously. Maybe the flat earth community, maybe I don't know if there is a anti young earth creationist pseudoscience community out there. If there is, maybe I need to move into that space. Hopefully they're not all anti-theists, but maybe I can move into this space, because the whole flat earth thing, okay, I would much rather see people now spending their efforts, particularly given in the climate of things in the United States. I think we need to start tackling things that are pseudoscientific, that are tied to religious beliefs, to the religious worldviews, Christian or otherwise, because that shit is dangerous. Because that shit is about control. Well, that shit is about control. So, yeah. Also, for a subject he doesn't think is important, it is odd to me that he wants to do an TFE type style experiment to determine the age of the Earth. Again, which is it, Will? Can you please be honest? Can you please cut the fucking bullshit and be honest, at least with yourself, that you do think this is important? And the fact that you are no longer willing to give people a pass is because you're getting called out on your bullshit. And so therefore you are looking for another angle of attack that you feel more comfortable with. You don't know as much about the age of the Earth. You're not as well versed in it, so you can't argue it very well. That's why you claim it is to be not important. But when it comes to things like God, the existence of God, whether or not Christ actually rose from the dead and was real, these I am assuming you feel you have a better footing on, that you have more quote unquote evidence for, and so you can argue from a more informed position. That's why they are important. So yes, that's why I go with this. left that floors there for YACs are not so fun. They are potentially exactly. Young Earth creationists are potentially dangerous. Although I have to say, you know, if they keep coming up with shit like the Earth is tilted because of a flood, and that woolly mammoths were fast frozen, you know, I think there's a level of entertainment to be had there. I don't think I think you're selling them too short on that. But I am. This is making me think a lot about how I behave in this spectrum, because one of the things that I didn't like among within the flat or the debunking community, and particularly flat Earth, was the amount of vitriol that was going back and forth. I didn't think that was helpful or productive, particularly because because I didn't know where flat Earth was coming from, and so I didn't think it was productive to antagonize people, because it's not the thing to do. It's not good to do. It's not good to insult people. It's not good to demean people or anything similar. But also, it's not helpful. It's not going to bring them over to our side of the street. It's not going to make them think any more critically. It's just bad. It's just it puts negativity and hate in the world. And I'm against it. But obviously, from my actions today, I don't seem to hold to that when it comes to Will Duffy, and probably not for Young Earth creationists in general. And that is hypocritical. That is a problem that I'm starting to face. Is that I cannot be what Tony was. I cannot be rational in the face of that kind of and really, Will was being very nice. He was not an overly antagonistic, but apparently, Five, I know you're not gonna like to hear this, but you're ignorant. I know it's harsh. I know there's some harsh language there, but apparently you're ignorant. He wasn't antagonistic. He was very well behaved, as it were. He was polite. And if I were in Tony's position, I would not have been nearly as polite as he was. And so I don't know. And that, to me, that is something that I don't like. That is a problem for me. Why is it that I cannot? Not why is it? Why is it that I seem reluctant to police my behavior? Why am I reluctant to give? Why am I more willing to show people like Alan and hell, even Whitsitt to some extent, more love than I'm willing to show Will Duffy? I don't. It's because of the fact that he is, in my opinion, misrepresenting the love of Christ. And that is angering me. It's causing me frustration. And it's not something that I can just let go of, that I can let by, without being disdainful, without being angry, without I can't let that continue and show love at the same time. That is a problem for me. So it is So with flat Earth, and now I'm just in the rambling portion of things. With flat Earth, it was nifty because in arguing with flat Earth, I actually was compelled to learn more about certain subjects than I had previously known. And in this realm, it also has taught me a little bit. I have learned a little bit more because now I know a little bit more about the speed of light than I did before. Here, I think this journey is going to be much more of self-reflection and learning and self or introspection. I'm going to learn more about myself rather than learning more about science and dealing with these people. In dealing with young Earth creationists, but yeah. So I just putting that out there because I am fully aware that my behavior over the stream has not been consistent with a lot of the stances that I've had, and I'm not trying to excuse it. I'm just trying to explain it. So, Will was polite and nice in a somewhat superficial and sometimes just in this way. I find it very off-putting. Yeah, off-putting is an understatement for me. Yeah, it triggers me, obviously. But anyway, all right, guys. All right, folks. It is now, I've been at this for 4 hours, 45 minutes. I am parched. It is now 4 o'clock in the morning, my time. Thank you all for being here, particularly those who have been here for a long time. Lisa, Clive. Oh, howdy, A Squirrel. Where are you? Tiles. I haven't seen you before. Thank you for being here. You've been here for a while. So thank you all for being here. Like I said, I will be reposting this probably tomorrow in chunks, because yeah, I don't expect anyone to watch or 4 hours, 45 minutes of this in a full stretch. And this motivates me to do more content on this. I am swamped at work. I am absolutely underwater. I am in the middle of Noah's flood in terms of work, but I think this is important to me, and so I'm going to make more time with this. I keep meaning to get back with Tony and actually talk to Tony specifically, and I think he DM'd me actually. Is that I've been thinking about a collaboration with Tony, and the idea would be we look at something that from AIJ or PragerU or whatever, batshit organization they come out with, and we take a certain article, vid, whatever, and if it's deals with geophysics or the age of the Earth, we do it on his channel. We talk about it on his channel for a couple hours. If it has something to do with the age of the universe, we come onto my channel and talk about it, and rant about it. I'm just there's just a lot of going on, and I'm not consistent in any way. So yeah, that's the idea. And I hope I'm hoping people will enjoy that if the two of us can get together and actually if I can get my act together and get with him and do that sort of thing where, like I said, we tackle these young Earth creationist ideas, him from a geophysics standpoint, me from an astrophysics standpoint. I really like the idea of heaven and earth as a name for it, but yeah. Yes, this is a really long stream, and I am succeeding again in stretching it. I am Professor Parks, PhD, and I make content on astronomy, mental health, and science skepticism, and not necessarily in that order. If you like that sort of thing, please like, share, subscribe, definitely subscribe. If you want to help me out in financially, then please consider becoming a member. The perks right now for member videos is that as the director of the GMU Observatory, I will be the director of one of the ground stations for the Landau NASA mission. And so I've been putting out videos sporadically talking about some of the challenges that we've been facing on the ground with our current equipment and also with the current political climate. So hopefully the next video in that series will be talking about the most recent challenge, which is getting my camera up and running. Exciting stuff. If you would like to help out the observatory, then please consider becoming a patron. All monies from the patron of my Patreon go to upgrading the observatory. For instance, one of the things I recently bought with Patreon money was a telescope cover. Now, you might not think that's all that attractive. That's not all that sexy, but it allows, I have two 12-inch telescopes that have new mounts. Collectively, we're talking about equipment that is extremely heavy, extremely difficult to move, and costs upward of ballpark around $8,000 all total. So those covers allow me to mitigate the damage that can be done to them by constantly moving them in and out. It also allows us to actually utilize these larger aperture scopes, not only for education but potential research as well. So telescope covers may not be sexy, but they are very important to the type of work that I want to do here at this observatory in expanding its outreach and its educational arms. So that being said, all right. Thank you, William. Appreciate being in my corner. One last thing. Eric says, I've sent you 2 creationist books, The Age of the Earth and The Age of the Universe. I will look out for those. Hope you all do well, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out. Clear skies.